Um, suppose the first thing I wanted to ask the four of you, since I know you have internet names and what have you, is like what name do you all wish to go by for the purposes of the session? Like, what name do you want me all to call you?
You can just call me Aaron.
Yeah, I'd rather Cripson or Crip, please.
Okay.
I'm fine with you calling me Jordan or Mugabe.
All right.
Reaper or Shantae by me.
All right. It's cool. And I suppose to attach characters to it, assuming that you all are definitive now on your, what characters have you decided to play for the session?
Yeah, I'm pretty much playing the exact same character I sent you.
Okay, the Toreador punk rocker then.
Yeah, Marcus Paulson.
All right.
Right, and I'm the naive Ventru.
The naive Ventru hobnobber toy boy.
That's it. I did make a couple edits on my character sheet, and I can send that to you for your approval, but they weren't major.
That's fine. Hopefully this session would be the time wherever you actually are all able to finalize it, since I know you still have freebie points flying around.
The only real question I have is in regards to the specialities that you get for having 4 dots and something. I'm not actually 100% certain what to put.
Yeah, I know that the book offers suggestions in that regard. At seeing it's just one of those vague sorts of things where you could plug in like anything that you could conceivably think of. Like all the things that they suggest in the book I can go with, but I suppose it's a little hard to keep track of exactly like what specialty you could have and then where and the situations where it could apply.
Alright, I'll just take one from the book then. The one that closest matches my character, I guess.
Now to say if you do think of if you think of anything else, I mean, you can just send it to me, and I can't imagine I would bitch too much. You know, something that seems feasible and anything that, you know, could maybe allow you to apply. It's not a huge bonus so much anyway, since it's a narrow specialty.
You might want to turn down the gain on your mic a little bit, Jordan.
I thought I was speaking to, like, the god from Monty Python every time he talked, Aaron.
Well, maybe you are.
That's why I didn't question it.
That sheet I sent you, that Dropbox link is the character sheet that I'm using. So anytime I update my sheet, you'll have the updated ones with that.
Alright, so Sean, you still have your Malkavian deranged priest then?
Yeah, I tweaked it a little bit, but nothing too major.
Alright. Okay. And Aaron, Nos.
Still doing the Nosferatu, yeah.
Alright. In that case, the next question I have for you guys is, Vampire the Masquerade is this whole sort of, like, it tends, from what I'm gathering, it tends to be a more in-character, role-playing series than, say, other rule systems. So in that regard, I know it's going to be another week before we actually have our first session, but judging from the time that you spent on your character sheets and maybe writing little biographies of your own in the Skype chat we've had over the past week, just give me a sense of, and the others, of how you visualize the character from like any details you feel like you want to share with the entire group as a whole. I know you all have secrets of your own, and those are going to be natural to keep because vampires are selfish, greedy motherfuckers. But something from like physical appearances to anything your characters might have picked up about each other over the past little time, maybe a few months, you may have all known each other.
Sure. My guy, he's 6'2", lean to middling, and he's like 190 pounds, so not too huge. Um, he's pretty decent looking. I mean, just basic political type, good looking. And the biggest thing you would notice about him is he really likes to draw crowds. He likes to be the center of attention. Uh, and he's new to town. I mean, he just came in from Europe, so those are things you probably know.
All right.
Did that fix it?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay. This is a problem my microphone has. It decides since I'm not talking that it needs to set the settings all the way up.
Oh goodness, it's auto adjusting.
No. I've turned auto adjusting off and it still auto adjusts.
Oh, oh goodness.
That's obnoxious.
That's like something that Skype
That's
does
auto-
to you.
No, this is what Skype is done to me on Skype. It's doing to me on TeamSpeak now. So I'm thinking it's haunted.
That's the only logical explanation.
Maybe you guys, as your first act as coterie, are gonna have to do something about that.
We're gonna go crazy meta on it.
All right.
All right, my character is Marcus Paulson. He stands around 6'3", around 205 pounds. So he's a pretty tall and foreboding guy, but generally doesn't like to say that I'm, he's a big guy. He doesn't like to say that, that. What am I trying to say here? He doesn't like that big. He doesn't like the big guy on campus image. Like I'm the strongest guy. Bow down before me. He likes to be more subtle about that, I guess.
Okay.
But he does dress like a punk rocker, so he does stand out. But he doesn't dress like chains on his pants, like the punk rockers, the mohawk. It's a subtle punk rocker, if that's even possible.
I'm trying to imagine. I'm not sure.
I don't think soul and punk rock really mix too well.
Okay, so I might have to tweak my character, my visualization of my character a bit.
Well, no, it's just something that's a little hard to grasp.
Well, I mean, I can think of some punk rockers who wear, like, a white t-shirt, jeans, and boots.
Right, you don't have to go crazy with like this black T-shirt with like the Sex Pistols throwing a fucking middle finger in your face or whatever.
It's just not the first image I would go with. A subtle punk rocker.
I overthink things. It's sort of my thing.
Hey, you're stepping on my territory.
I was about to say, wait a damn minute here. No wonder
No,
you two are so cozy.
I overthink things in a different way.
I think he's basically just saying shut up.
Yeah. Oh, now you open up. Thank you, Windows, for opening up something I clicked on 5 minutes ago.
Oh.
But anyway, he dresses sort of like a punk rocker, Jeans, generic t-shirts, a denim jacket or leather jacket. I haven't decided which yet. Probably leather. And
Probably really shitty leather.
Yeah.
With, like, whiteouts and, like, clothespins in it.
Sure. I mean, his generally idea is that he already looks really good, so he really doesn't matter what he wears. It's not going to detract from how good he looks anyway. That sort of thing, and yeah, he also pretty much walks around with like a sort of semi-constant scowl on his face, I guess.
Oh. A punk rocker with a scowl, maybe even an attitude.
Best Toreador ever.
I know he is. This is. I'm treading on new character territory here.
No way he's confused him with anyone else.
Maybe that's just it then. He disguises the physical appearance of the punk rocker so much, but he's still got like the whatever, you can just see it etched on his face, the disapproving glower.
Pretty much.
All right. Takes care of two of you.
One thing I'm wondering is how far exactly can you take a Nosferatu's personal appearance? I'm not sure of what range is really available here. Like, yeah.
Well, from what I've read and gathered, the absolute best that you can sort of hope for is to have an appearance that could pass as human, maybe in some dim lighting, in wearing the proper clothes. The crazy ass smile that you're gonna have, like that rictus with the exposed gums, it doesn't have to be as bad, and your face doesn't have to look like it cracked down the middle, and the sloped forehead just doesn't have to go too horrible, and maybe the teeth don't, maybe the ears don't quite look as elven. In contrast, what you could end up basically with on the other end of the spectrum is basically a Nosferatu looks straight out of a horror book, who could absolutely never even remotely pass in any sort of remote situation, and who would probably spoil the masquerade were he to be seen by a mortal.
Okay, that makes sense to me. How's this for an appearance then? I'm thinking kind of like as the baseline for the description, kind of picture like Voldemort from the Harry Potter movies. You follow me so far?
Yeah, I haven't seen them, but I've seen pictures of them. I know how that looks.
Right. But with like sickly white hair, pockmarked skin, a mouth that's too wide, eyes that are too wide, nails, like both fingernails and toenails that are hard, thick, and black, like a dog's claws, too long fingers, and you know, the sort of flat nose, flat ears, that sort of
Right.
thing.
I don't think there's a problem with that at all. Although I think I actually don't think many Nosferatu get to keep their hair, but you are special. Any sort of like the physical appearance, I know that many of them suffer from like almost arthritic in nature, like the hunched back, the knobby, sometimes disjointed limbs.
Right, and I'm kind of wanting to go for that with like fingers and toes that are too long, forearms that are a little bit too long, where even if he stands up straight, his proportions are kind of off. You know what I mean?
Okay. In that case, given the the distinct lack of nose, that might be in the not pass for ugly human territory.
Yeah, I mean it's not like skull-like, but it's definitely well outside of human normal.
Okay, Sean.
Okay, Joseph is Chinese American. He's Joseph Shum. Uh, he's generally a very quiet, calm person. 5'8", 150 pounds. Very, very not unnoticed because he's somewhat charismatic, somewhat. He has a smile on his face all the time, and he's very much what people think about when they think about a good master, at least from appearance standpoint.
Okay. And that sanctity merit that you have certainly helps in that regard, where people might be willing to overlook flaws just to give a favorable review of the man.
That's what it's there for.
Okay. Now I know that you folks have been going over like so much how you end up wanting to spend the remaining dots you have in some sort of discussion for maybe pooling your resources. So I'm hoping that the information I can provide you all will be helpful in that regard. For starters, three of your characters are New York City natives, right? The only one who isn't around is Crip's unknowledgeable Vintru.
To
I
my
think
no-
that the priest has only been here for the past 6 years. I could be
Okay.
wrong.
No, actually, Brian Ray.
All right. In that case, extending back then, it's possible for your characters to have lived within New York City during the reign of the Sabbat. It just would have been a time of great fear for all of you, where you might have actually tried to move to the outskirts of the city, maybe to Jersey City, although that's still Sabbat territory too, in so much as trying to basically cower around. Alternatively, you could have just cowered in Manhattan with the rest of the Camarilla as they were forcing their way in. The Sabbat, their influence mostly stopped at the bridges to Manhattan, and you could have just done best to stay underground, whether it's in the punk rock scene or actual underground or what have you, because the Sabbat little over 200 Canaanites in New York City until late '96, whenever the week-long war began that finally pushed them all out. So it would have been a time of great terror, especially for those of you who had been embraced and maybe exactly did not want the gift of Cain, or maybe were abandoned shortly thereafter and were not taught fully. Um, as for the for until that time, then the Sabbat did have most control over the city. It wasn't a true Sabbat city, and that they simply didn't have the luxury to flagrantly just, I suppose, like compared, like say, a crazy city like Mexico City is depicted or Montreal's depicted in the vampire core books. It wasn't as lawless, but New York City, especially with this jaundiced, jaded, glass half empty look at the whole world of darkness setting, it has a lot of bad things going for it the way it is. And as such, since the Sabbat have been forcibly removed, things have been getting a little better, though the Camarilla are still unstable here in the Big Apple. I suppose my next question for this front would be is, any of your characters, I know Jordan, I think this is most applicable to you, actually attempt to assist in the battle for New York City, the final war, which was waged all of a week, starting in November 1996.
Yeah, my character was embraced under, I believe, Prince Michaelis. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
It's fine. Stupid Ventru name. Michaela, whatever. She's dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was embraced under her carte blanche rule of basically giving shovel heads for the Camarilla.
Okay. In that case, then, I will give you a bit of description about what your character underwent.
I would actually been participating as well.
That's fine. You two would have been participating in two different theaters of two of a sort. For particularly appearance reasons. All right.
Say that to my face.
It's kind of hard to miss your face, so we can work with that. The actual organization for it, you were neonates, as you still are, and as so unfamiliar with clan and sect politics, you don't know all the inner mechanics for things. You've heard rumors, and you will actually, towards this week before our first session next Saturday, you'll all get a sense of like things you've heard. I'll send you all like a little notepad list of rumors, all of which could be fully true, partly true, or even none of them are true.
That
As for
reminds
the
me of
actual,
Unknown Armies.
so yeah, as for the actual battle itself, it actually began during the day on the first day. I haven't decided exactly which day it is, but it's early November 1996. I actually want to consult a 96 calendar for that. It actually began during the daytime. the Camarilla had spent so much time and energy moving in resources, moving in other kindred, all without the Sabbat knowing. And they'd done that by amassing an amazing smorgasbord of allies, contacts, retainers, ghouls, gathering information the entire time so that they could bring the hammer down upon Archbishop Polonia and the rest of Sabbat control. There's over 200 Knights at the time in New York City. All told, whenever the kindred of the Camarilla moved in their resources, over 600 vampires within New York City for that week.
God damn.
Which is way more than even that metropolitan can support. It was all sorts of organization, from the Ravnos, hearing rumors of them doing things, the Giovanni actually getting on board, independent vampires. It could not have been
User
done
in your
without
channel
them.
timed out.
Reaper O has disappeared. Don't go, man!
Baby, come back.
You
It's
can
too
blame
late.
You can blame it all on the other player characters. I'll keep a lookout on the channel for when he reappears. So the war actually ends up beginning during the daytime. Up to this point, the Camarilla had been using their various resources to spy in one form or another. Like, say, FBI thinks they're watching a Colombian cartel leader, someone suspected of it, when they're actually watching Archbishop Polonia's Haven. Uh, Various reports are being written, and the mortals think they're doing it for, or mortal reasons instead of actual kindred. I'll drag him back in.
User was moved to your channel.
You had the best fight here was setting fire. These resources were done by basically mortal allies, ghoul retainers and what have you, going to all of these havens of the Sabbat packs they had pinpointed and setting them on fire during the day. Now, to Archbishop Polonia's credit, he had been insisting for so long on, these packs actually paying attention, making sure to fireproof their havens, making sure to be smart. Many of the Sabbat, though, told the Archbishop himself, like, fuck you, we'll do whatever we want, because despite the fact that the Sabbat have a defined hierarchy, it's not an order system, it's applying pressures system to get other people to want to do what you suggest them to do. So many of the inexperienced Sabbat packs ended up dying as their havens were set on fire. Payoffs were made to the fire departments to be a little slow. Cars were thrust into the way. Not like immediately, but just placed inconveniently during work hours. So that would be feasible to believe, such as by the time the fire department arrived, it would be too late. And of course, the Sabbat packs trapped in this situation are like, well, I can die in the Rotschreck as I go into frenzy, or I can run out into the sunlight.
Probably gonna die in frenzy either way.
Right. It was a sketchy tactic, but they had to trust that, anyone seeing a guy on fire running out of a building wouldn't think twice about seeing him, burn to ashes before their eyes.
Happens all the time.
There was also a particular instance where there is a chemical company, a local chemical company jointly owned by Alessandra and Zamitzi, and one of their tanker trucks that was traveling through the city happened to fall in one manner or another through sabotage, and it spilled 900 gallons of acid onto the streets of New York.
Did many people die?
It caused some exterior damage. No mortal was killed, but all of that acid fell into the sewers where the Nosferatu where a Nosferatu anti-tribute warrant just happened to be there where the truck fell.
Just a silly coincidence.
Yeah, you know, so it's like, sure, you can stay underground and get eaten, your body destroyed by acid, or go out into the sunlight. And that company no longer exists. It has been sued out of existence. Gone. The city is actually still trying to chase remnants, trying to get as much compensation as it can. Litigation has destroyed it.
I'm not at all surprised.
Yeah, yeah. And so in addition to that, that was the first part with that whole sort of sabotage during the day. The second part actually came from all these mortal contacts and paid officials and what have you. The Sabbat have few ghouls and few mortal toys, and the toys they have they often end up breaking. But for those resources that they had, the Camarilla used their sympathizers and agents among the police to arrest all of them, either making up charges to get warrants or digging up enough dirt to have the officers bring them all in. And so it really hampered the amount of information that the hierarchy and the Sabbat had access to, as it cut them off their daytime resources. And they actually, additional part to that was actually having ghoul servitors with stakes and, you know, flamethrowers and all sorts of things being disguised, not actual, like, flamethrowers, but like miniature, like, things to set the havens on fire. Ghouls actually stormed some of these other havens while the Sabbat were still asleep. And for the small and inexperienced packs, it stuffed them out. Ghouls are just so well trained and so well prepared for this, and they were fueled by the offer by the Ventru, who were the main organizers for this endeavor. If you survive this week of combat and the Sabbat are pushed out, you will be embraced as your reward. Most ghouls didn't actually survive, but for those who did,
Those that did got
yes,
embraced.
those who did. But so you had these ghouls storming in. And, you know, security measures and what have you, the experienced packs did easily take out the ghouls. But these inexperienced canites running around, they can try to stay and fight, or in the confusion they might run outside, into the sunlight, and die. And it's rumored that this probably killed about 50. This bit alone, before the first night of actual combat between the Camarilla and Sabbat, killed about 50 of the Sabbat in the damn city. 1/4 of them. And then you had the nighttime for the first day through the next several. Your character, Aaron, ended up fighting underground. You were part of a group of Nosferatu along with Gangrel, Bruja, and even Malkavians. You hunted through the sewers of the city, basically inspecting, like, did the acid actually take out that anti-tribute warren? You rounded up others who hadn't been eliminated, Canites who were trying to escape down into the sewers and ended up finding you all there. One of the people who was also part of that group, although not the actual leader, was Calibros, who was the Prince Pro Tempore. Shortly, he was declared that after the week-long war. As for your character, Jordan, you were part of the actual surface forces. And those were led by Theo Bell, which you heard rumors from the veterans that this was like the largest group of kindred ever assembled for battle. Divisions up, there was 2 gunfights in the street. There was a car accident on Brooklyn Bridge, automatic gunfire, all sorts of fighting. You couldn't possibly be anywhere. Prospect Park. It was in just that night alone a more horrific experience in that regard, in terms of like sheer blood and the amount of devastation put to waste in like such a compact area, than what you ended up seeing in Vietnam. Just the sheer horror of it. Theo Bell ended up passing field pardons to people. Anyone who came back with black streaks in their aura on that night, it was perfectly okay, just so long as the Sabbat were killed.
Shit.
And Theo Bell was leading those ground forces. I've told you about him, the Archon, who's quite the badass, with his little New York Yankees cap and his police sunglasses and his breathe right strip on his nose, and of course a shotgun.
I like this guy.
I wouldn't mess with that.
And so you actually, you do know him, in that case, Jordan. Your character does know him. There is some contact established there. There was also a coordinated air-land effort. You had groups of helicopters that scoured the skies with IR-goggled kindred in there, just basically reporting into situations of what was happening.
It's
And,
sounding more and more like Nam.
this really was just like, the Camarilla had spent over a year in preparation on this, and they wanted to make damn sure that it succeeded. And they completely kicked ass, so much so that of the 200-ish Canaanites that were in the city, about half of them died on that first night. Sabbat were just completely decimated. They had no idea what the hell was coming. They were damn panicking. So many of them were inexperienced and didn't even fathom that the Camarilla could do this to them. And it just completely crushed them. And that was just the first day. The next few days were all sorts of other things where they did involve combat, as the Sabbat were trying to pull their shit together, trying to respond to things. And now that the Camarilla had revealed themselves on the first night, things had ended up going a bit better. Day 2 was sort of like a cat and mouse type thing. Not a whole lot ended up happening. But day 3, and this day might end up scaring your character still, as he ended up nearly dying, Jordan. Polonia, Archbishop Polonia, had managed to gather some of his resources, the remaining packs that had survived, to him in the Bronx. The actual bishop of New York City had died. He had met his final death on day 2. And this is a great story, because he was located because one of the Ventru owned the dry cleaner that Bishop Orozco used. So he got some hair off of one of Orozco's suits, gave it to the Tremere located him, and Bishop Orozco died. He was absolutely snuffed. He was thrown under a train, ran over. He was found at Grand Central Station.
But did he touch the third rail?
There was nothing left but ash. He has most assuredly met his final death. But day 3, Archbishop Polonia was trying to gather packs that had survived in the Bronx, and although it wasn't known at the time, apparently the Camarilla had intelligence of him anticipating the help, rather, of a powerful elder, which you have a semblance, Jordan. Your character was there, and he may have wished he wasn't. The name of it will stick with you, along with what you ended up seeing. A man, if you could call him that name, Lombok Ruthen, a Zamitsi, who was 4 or 5 steps away from Cain himself.
User in your channel timed out.
And it terrified John. God damn it. a man named Lombok Ruthen. Um, Over 24 kindred ended up dying in just that fight, and even an Archon died. Not Theobel, but an Archon none the same. You ended up
User
seeing,
was moved to your
you
channel.
certainly wouldn't have wanted to fight Archbishop Polonia. All the stories and rumors about him being an effective combatant, 100% true. He was absolutely incredibly fast, a speed demon with his sword. And Lambak Ruthen, the Zemitzi, who is obviously an elder, had crazy tactics where he would sink into the ground in front of you, only to appear behind you and gut you apart with his claws and his fangs. It's possible that a lot more of you could have all died, but the K-Knights of Sabbat were mostly interested on escaping, and they did that. Both the elders, Polonia and Ruthen, survived, as well as their entourage and remnants of the packs. And the Sabbat definitely won that exchange with like a ratio of like sheer body count, but it was a Pyrrhic victory because they didn't exactly have a whole lot of resources. But it's worth noting that Ruthen was no longer seen again. Assumably, he was in the city visiting for whatever interests, and the Camarilla, for whatever stupid reason, didn't pick up on the fact in all of their intelligence, like, oh yeah, the super powerful Sabbat vampire is visiting New York City. I'm sure that won't go bad.
Well, I mean, what could go wrong?
I mean, he was rumored to be a coward, but whenever you're facing lower generation vampires like that, as it turns out, not so much a coward.
He's 9 generations ahead of me, at least, so fuck.
It really wouldn't matter if he was a coward. He'd still be able to rip you apart.
Yeah. Maybe that explains his whole tactic of apparently shimmering into the ground and appearing right behind you. As for your character, Jordan, ended up day 4. Um, you were still part of groups that the underground group that was scouring the underground to try to find the remaining Sabbat Nosferatu warrens, and you saw some pretty crazy things down there. The actual leader of the group had actually switched to a policy of allowing some of the Sabbat Nosferatu to keep their own lives and actually leave in exchange for information. But, the whole night felt humid and hazy, and in the actual Nosferatu warrens, their parts of their breeding pits were actually riddled with their own twisted corpses. Some of them had become no more than barking heads dangling upside down from the ceiling, or they had no fear for the Camarilla. If anything, they were actually happy for final death.
I'm picturing that as the backdrop for a brutal obfuscate versus obfuscate shadow war.
And on the actual ground, your character is no longer involved, Jordan. But you did hear rumors. There was a uh, a, um, a factory and warehouse district in the Bronx, an emergency haven for Archbishop Polonia. The Camarilla thought that would be his last location that he would end up going to before he could somehow manage to escape New York City. It was purchased as a front. Um, Never developed in it anything. The Camarilla wondered out why, and they found out during a brutal and bloody battle in there, where apparently it was riddled with traps. And contained within that warehouse, that abandoned warehouse, far away from mortal eyes, it was a supernatural conflict. And you basically had vampires using all of their powers on full display with no fear of the Masquerade at all. Lambach Ruthen was not there. Just assumed that he is like, fuck this. I'm gone. This is not my problem. But eventually in days 5 and 6, and then 7, 7 was payday, basically, for the Kindred, and the Camarilla finally ended up solidifying and saying, "We took this damn city." And that was the week war that the Camarilla raged against Sabbat in late 96, early November.
Brutal.
So that gives you an idea of the situation that your characters participated in. Of course, in the aftermath, they're haven't had to fight in such horrendous situations again. Phew. But it gives you a semblance of everything the Camarilla had poured into this in an attempt to basically snuff out the Sabbat without the Sabbat even remotely hearing about it until it was too late.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
a pretty brutal blitzkrieg right there.
yeah, Jordan, did you ever take that flashback flaw? You were thinking about it for a while, right?
It seems to be much more in character now.
There was a lot of gruesome shit. Whenever you were contracted here to be cannon fodder, you just had no idea how crazy vampire and vampire conflict would be. Then you fought in this.
It makes Vietnam look like not Vietnam.
Everything else is small time by comparison.
I mean, hopefully you'll never end up fighting someone who can dissolve into the ground in front of you and appear behind you suddenly and render you almost to your final death.
Or at least not, en masse.
Yes.
I think I'll take the flashback flaw.
I'm glad I can help with character. This is why we're having this session.
Right.
So, from early, from that point in time, after the end of the week-long conflict, the Prince Pro Tempore was actually named the Prince, Calibros. I keep playing around with his name. It's Calibros. I keep wanting to try Calderos, Cabros, Calibros. From late '96, that point in time, he became the Prince of New York City, and he stayed that way for a little over a year. The starting time of the game is January 4th, 1998, and it's the 2-week anniversary of him abdicating his throne. So he went for a year and some change. And I've given you all an idea of as the wartime prince, the moratoriums and his policy that he had, that is being, technically followed, at least enforced by the sheriff, knowing the traditions, unilateral moratorium on the embrace, none shall create children. The scourge performs his duties with the authority of the prince. The sheriff performs his duties with the authority of the prince, and the Sabbat remains the enemy. Now, of course, as I've told you all in the Skype chat, he has abdicated, leaving behind no heir, as it were, and as a wartime prince, he had no official council. There were no primogen that were appointed, or at least whom appointed themselves with the approval of the prince. Of course, the Tremere have a high regent, their hierarchy absolutely demands that, but no, officially named primogen. It's really, I suppose, open season on the power vacuum that resides within the Big Apple. And to that extent, I will then turn the questions back to all of you, as I've talked so much for the time being. I've seen you all light up the damn Skype chat. Do you all have a sense of why your characters have banded together in a coterie? Are you doing this for power, or are you doing this for mutual support out of fear of other neonates being able to screw you? I mean, you don't have to worry too much about elders here. There's a few elders, a little bit more in Chile, but it's mostly neonates within the city. Are you doing this in the hopes of gaining power either by being named to prominent positions within the city by whoever's declared prince, uh, maybe even hopefully becoming one of the primogens, or any of you, are you all actually uniting for the process of actually making one of your own the Prince of New York City? Are you here, are you united because you're hunting Sabat and want to deal with the resistance and ensure that such a bloody conflict will not happen within the Big Apple again? What you
Yeah, I
doing?
don't know that we've actually talked about that so far, but I can tell you right now, Byron is still kind of feeling out people. He's been there for about 5 months. He's just looking for a small group of people that he can work with. I mean, or make do things if he can. But mostly he believes safety in numbers. He's alone in a big city, so I don't know that he's thought that far ahead on the how. It's more the who for him right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that kind of sets up what a lot of us were doing, what a lot of us were thinking, or at least what I was thinking was that a lot of us are things more our assets, are what we have more fell into line of we could all help each other, and so it's a dangerous world. Why not?
And
Or at least that,
go ahead.
or at least what I was thinking. That
I have a bit of an idea of how I would know each of the others, or why I would be sticking with them at least. When it comes to the priest, or pastor, or what have you, I'm thinking that at some point my character would have taken shelter in his church during the day, during the battle for New York for some reason. For Jordan's character, there's the fact that he would have been the one who taught my character celerity. He would still owe me a boon, and there would be a first level blood bond there. And for Byron, he's the perfect patsy.
Yeah, I think we all call Byron our Patsy.
Yeah, well, a naive and true. It's kind of, and I mean, he's definitely a party guy, so he would seem
The
pretty,
perfect
yeah,
patsy.
yeah.
Pretty much. That's a. I mean, I don't know exactly how they talked me into teaching them these things, but maybe it was a good day or night.
Or a bad night.
When you weren't frozen and riddled by flashbacks.
Pretty much.
Let me actually look at this flashback feed here. Feet. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure it's totally a good thing to have. Yeah, it's a feat.
It's totally not a trap option.
It's sort of similar to the Toreador's weakness.
Oh dear God, it's a 6-point flaw.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
It's PTSD.
It's a big deal.
I I don't think I could let you take that for the sheer penalty it applies to your character. You fail your willpower roll. You only you only have one willpower.
I mean, there's Toreador weakness where if I fail a willpower roll, I'm staring at something pretty for the entirety of the scene.
I mean, just because the pretty bard sounds like he's a cool idea doesn't mean you know he's not gonna piss off the other player characters due to being near useless.
Well, I mean, then we'd have two psychologically damaged people in the group.
You have the patsy and the guy who doesn't have enough willpower to disagree with you.
I think
Okay,
that's a Malkavian, but yeah, Byron applies too.
Yeah, it's a problem the Malk's more sane than someone else in the group.
yeah, I probably won't take it. It was just a funny thought.
Yeah, it's
Real funny.
it's a thing. Maybe you should stay away from that one. I mean, if
I'll,
you really want to take it,
I'll just stick with my addiction to alcohol.
okay. Oh, Aaron's sending me his character sheet. Why are you doing that?
Oh, so you said you could take a look at it and say if there was anything wrong.
Yeah, I'll end up doing that at some time. Alright, so you've all banded together to support each other. You just don't have a concrete plan going forward with that support.
Pretty much.
Alright. Suppose all of your characters are still young by vampiric standards. You have some time to decide. So, I suppose the next major question then would be the motivation, like, you've all been talking for some length at pulling together your resources. Why, say, I suppose, how did you pull together all these resources for what end? And, like, why did you all pull them together?
Well, I'm thinking that, and correct me if I'm wrong, after the Battle of New York, there would have been a lot of opportunities up for grab.
There are, outside of Manhattan, where, as the Cameral were the victors, of course, those who came in were keeping their domains. You've the other four boroughs, minus a few other places, were pretty much free and clear. It's worth noting that Sean's character managed to escape too much scrutiny from even the Sabbat. He was able to do his little church thing out there, and not even the Sabbat really bothered him.
Yeah, I have a quick question about that. My plan was that when Byron first came to New York, he would get a place in Battery Park there, which is in Manhattan. You said there was a pretty powerful vampire there that had a domain. Um, what kind of trouble would that cause, if any?
Living in another vampire's domain?
He would, yeah, he would have gotten an apartment there because, like I said, he's naive. First or second day, he would have tried to get some housing. So he would have tried to get a nice place, and he likes the business district. So um, I don't know. May have taken some fast talking. I don't know, but I don't know where else he would have gone.
Suppose his first day, he's new off the boat. Um, the folks who've claimed their domains and uh, in Manhattan tend to be more relaxing on them, at least in terms of passage. And that's because in the financial and economic and cultural heart of the city, if they're claiming main avenues and streets as their domains, they understand that, well, they can't forbid access to everyone. What we can actually say here, since that you were a new kid of sorts, your 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 staying at like a small apartment here might have actually gone unnoticed.
Right, and if it did, if some vampire did come up that said, you're in trouble, he would have said, here are the keys, and he would have just left. I mean, there would have just, he would have been, yeah, no problem, because he knows he has no friends yet. He doesn't want to get into a fight.
Right. That could just be a situation where maybe the ghoul on the bridge into Manhattan with the IR scanner, he was taking a break or whatever, and you managed to slip through.
I'm thinking of taking that trait that makes that, or not trait, but the merit that makes you appear human to that all scanning. It's only like a 1 point thing, so I'm going back and forth on that actually.
See if If it allowed you to generate body heat, then yeah, the IR scanners there would register you as human, because ghouls are definitely on the bridges. The Sabbat actually had this thing too, a practice, except for Manhattan. They had them scattered on major roads into New York City.
Yeah, it's more of an aura thing. I don't think it's a body heat thing. That's a
Oh yeah,
different.
not an aura thing. There were ghouls armed with infrared scanners, checking for
Would they have
drivers
that at
passing by with no body heat.
the airports?
I mean, in DC maybe, because
The
there's that whole NSA thing.
the airports are under the JFK airport in particular is under the unofficial control of the Giovanni. What technologies they may be hiding within like some walls or whatever. It's difficult to say. They probably do.
That's actually an interesting question. I can't remember the guy's name, but the new head of the NSA is doing all that roundabout, figuring out who the kindred are. Would they have anything at any of the large business centers in New York, or is that all just still DC?
I don't think that's prevalent in New York City. We're not making it prevalent. The year is 1998. No one knows about vampires.
Yeah, that book's aimed for a little bit later, the more modern time.
Yeah, I thought of that just as I was finishing up, but I forgot your Grimith's answer anyway. Makes sense.
So my character, who was born in Hell's Kitchen, which is, I believe, in Manhattan, probably after he got turned into a vampire, would have been forced out.
Not immediately. The restoration and like the modernization of the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood didn't happen until the early mid '90s, whenever it was being renovated and it was actually losing its reputation and aura. But whenever he became a vampire, it would be the situation where I suppose you could still have stayed in Hell's Kitchen at the time, but the idea to keep in mind here is that, I mean, if your little claimed domain is just like the little building I'm hiding in, and you have like no hunting grounds, then you're not a problem. You just can't like you can't do anything.
I mean, yeah, Marcus really doesn't claim anything as his domain. He pretty much just slides on through the cracks and hopes no one looks at him.
But I mean, while the prominent and Chile are mostly located within Manhattan, as well as the few elders tend to be sprinkled about. It's just like there are also, neonates as well who have just arrived and who are just like claiming like small parcels of domain, bits and
Makes
pieces.
sense.
So it's possible that your character could have definitely gotten away with it. Perhaps though he just would have left Hell's Kitchen anyway, whenever the modernization was coming into the area.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
This is so uncool, man. I don't have time for this shit.
I find the idea of a Toreador trying to blend in and slip through the cracks vaguely hilarious.
Well, he's punk, so he defies tradition.
Oh, right.
But
right.
he's a low key punk, so he'll fit right in.
There we go. Stopped and started because TeamSpeak likes to do crazy things with the audio. It eventually like converts it from like the WAV format into some other sort of condensed form that I can't even possibly encode for the internet. All right.
Teams. Go ahead.
I just said all right. That's all. Go on with hating TeamSpeak. It's fine.
Up yours, TeamSpeak.
There we go. This minute will be devoted to hating TeamSpeak. Woohoo! I guess I didn't really sell you guys on that. Fine.
No, we're totally sold. We're just, like low-key punk rock sold.
Oh, okay.
Doing it quietly.
I'm going to regret that, aren't I?
Nah.
No, I mean, I get it. I get it. I just find it funny. I was just trying to visualize, a guy with, orange spiked hair trying to fit in. Just,
Low-key orange neck hair.
That actually reminds me. Since the kindred condition, your physical appearances and what have you reset while you're asleep during the coming of each night, were there any of you who were perhaps embraced with unfortunate conditions? For example, and you would know this one, Jordan, your character would. Archbishop Polonia was embraced while he had a sunburn, and it has remained.
I'm just picturing him trying to seem serious with a permanent sunburn.
And it was a fairly serious one too, covering his shoulders and his face. And back in the day, he didn't exactly have access to sunscreen whenever he was embraced. Him being an elder and all, Lasombra elder at that, with serious mastery over the darkness and his sword. But that tends to be a condition which, if you were gonna get him to angry, that's like the 0 to 60 method there, to just even look at that for too long, or to even ask about it. You might lose your head. But yeah, of course the Nosferatu is like, what sort of condition could I have possibly had that'd be worse than what I have now?
How is it even relevant?
Like, really? Come on.
did he have to pay the full 3 flaw points for that permanent wound?
It's not a wound, it's just an unfortunate thing that will stick with him for the rest of his life. Like, some folks were embraced with short hair, so they're never going to have hair that grows out long. Some folks who were embraced have a beard, so they have to shave it each night if they want to be clean shaven. Stuff like
Gotcha.
that.
It seems like the people that are embraced with a beard get the better uh, deal, because they can change their facial hair every night.
Right, the same with folks who were actually embraced with long hair. They can actually adapt their hairstyle over the passage of day and night. They just have to, spend that requisite time to have their hair cut or their beard
Man,
shaved.
now you're making me want to give Byron one of those douchey late 70s, early 80s porn star mustaches.
Yes! Do it!
Yeah! Because that's what he needs. It's just food for thought for you guys, since the vampiric condition after embrace is such that your physical appearances stagnate, and whenever the blood heals you and it restores you over the course of the day while you're asleep, it turns you back into pretty much what you were. As such, like say Archbishop Polonia, the sunburn is never going to go away. He can attempt to disguise it, which of course he does, but to his credit, if anyone actually does try to make fun of it, he will kill them, so, that's a thing.
I think this was obvious, but I'm assuming the sunburn does not hurt him.
No, it's more along the lines of just his social humiliation rather than physical pain.
That's what I thought. I was just being clear.
It's not like his skin
So,
peels in agony.
so during the battle for New York, did any foolhardy neonates actually try to make fun of it mid-battle?
I I don't think that would have been a wise decision. I don't think so, simply because they would have been too busy dying. Um, Archbishop Polonia was Archbishop and leader and organizer of the Eastern Coast Sabbat operations for a reason. He is definitely an elder, and his powers, his mastery over, as a Lasombra, he has acute mastery over obtenebration, and he has powers in a whole slew of other disciplines. When I say he's a speed demon with his sword, it's sort of like a thing where he could withdraw it, kill a kindred, and resheath it. Just within a few seconds.
Sounds like he's been watching too many samurai movies.
It's just like him being flashy and showy. He's from a time where a flamboyant time in regards to the wielding of the sword, and he has immense confidence in his physical prowess. Ruthen didn't exactly play with his food that much. It was more of LOL, I'm behind you now type thing.
I don't think my character had any really crazy things going on when he was embraced.
Okay. No, like, pink mohawk that, he just stuck with. He just, like, shave bald every night.
Nope. If anything, he probably, since he was the bass guitarist for the band, he probably was the normal-looking one.
There we go, the soft-spoken blending in Toreador punk rocker.
Had he kicked heroin by that point?
Yeah, he kicked heroin like 6 months before he was embraced.
Okay, so he wouldn't have, like, permanent track marks.
I don't know how long track marks last.
Not that long.
He would, I know, his character would still have scarring in some format, though, from,
Oh, sure, totally.
yeah, that and his time in Vietnam, of course, and if he's had a rough life at all. Alright, I just thought I'd give that to you all as food for thought, something to think about for your characters, and Crip is all like, woohoo, porn stash.
I'm thinking Ron Burgundy now. It's in my head. I'm gonna have to make
Oh.
something
Do
stupid
it.
like
You went from Ron Jeremy to Ron Burgundy.
Really, is there that much of a difference?
I can't say I've spent too much time looking at the former, so I can't give you a confirmation. Alright, suppose the next thing I'll give you folks is a sense of prominent kindred locations, as well as who the prominent kindred are, at least that you've been able to recognize have risen up in the city. I suppose I'll just start with, I suppose, random locations in Manhattan. I have like a list of notes that I prepared for you guys a few days ago. We'll begin with the Greenwich Village Gate. It's a pair of glass towers currently under construction. They're located on either side of Perry Street in Lower Manhattan, which leads into the Greenwich Village. They're home to the Toreador and one of the three harpies of the city, Thomas Arturo. Each 15-story tower, whenever it's complete, offers 14 stories of residential space with a gym and restaurant on the ground floors, and they will fetch the rooms fetch prices of up to $1,000 per square foot. Arturo serves as the night site manager of the site as well as design consultant. And he's claimed not just the area surrounding those buildings, but the entirety of Greenwich Village as his domain, which was formally recognized by Prince Pro Tempore Calibros. And, Crip, your character, as Vintru interested in these sorts of things, would have heard that, he has a temporary haven there, and apparently he has that dangling on the market to other potential kindred of the city who have been so eager to throw all sorts of things, because he's not just offering the residence that he himself has set aside, but the entirety of the domain as well. And
really.
the price of that is something that even your character could not afford. With, in competing with other kindred for what could be fulfilled. But I mean, it's understandable, like, rumored tenants, the building include Calvin Klein, Leonardo DiCaprio, Courtney Love, Donald Sutherland, Claudia Schiffer, and an unnamed Red Hot Chili Pepper. And those are just the rumored tenants.
Yeah, for that, but yeah, out of his league, as he said.
I know, sigh. There's the Midtown Turtle Bay domain. A swath of territory covers. I actually have to like consult maps for this shit. I'm like looking up at a fucking Manhattan map, like for the topography. Like, where's each neighborhood located? Why are there so many goddamn neighborhoods? No one needs to fucking blend these things in together. Goddamn it! This is bullshit.
All of the other boroughs have that many neighborhoods too.
I know. It's just since Manhattan is the one where I primarily like trying to detail like domains, like prominent kindred locations. I'm like, for fuck's sakes.
Isn't it wonderful?
I know. I looked up on like a New York City Insider map that had like all of the little neighborhoods blocked off for me, and listed like tourist locations for each site, and I'm like, what the fuck? God damn it! I live in a small city. It's just we have our little neighborhoods too that I know from having lived in the city for so long. It's just they're not so fucking big. There's a swath
Some
of.
of those
Oh, go ahead.
some of those neighborhoods are the size of a small city.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The Midtown Turtle Bay domain. That's a swath of territory that covers Park Avenue to 2nd Avenue and 49th Street to 54th Street. It's it covers a lot of the cultural stuff as well as financial stuff too. Examples for that would be the City Corp Center, St. Bartholomew's Church, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and some other things too. And that's home to the Vintru who goes by the name of Valentine, the domain. As he is claimed, part of Park Avenue. I mean, he's one of the primary examples of a kindred who knows that he just can't disallow vampires from traveling any of that area altogether. But all that he does ask is that visiting kindred observe both the traditions and a sense of decorum. But he would physically, and perhaps violently if necessary, defend his domain were anyone to encroach upon it, and actually try to claim it as not his. You have, of course, Madison Square and Madison Square Garden, which aren't even adjacent to each other. They're the two recognized locations of Elysium in New York City. Grand Central Terminal, from what you'd understand, is not currently inhabited, but it was the former domain and haven of Prince Pro Tempore Calibros. And you don't know where he currently lairs. But he had, for him, in the process of holding court, that's actually a haven where you all knew. It just, the princess won. Most other vampires aren't forthcoming with their havens. Who knew? You don't want to tell other vampires where you sleep. That's crazy.
That is
There.
crazy. You should tell everyone. Come over,
Considering
have a
after
block party.
considering after what just happened, I think it's a little wise.
You know. There's the Chantry of the Five Boroughs, located at the prestigious women's college, Barnard College. It's home to Tremere and ruled by a name that you will know, High Regent Aisling Sturbridge. The location is a curious one for Kindred, as Barnard College is located in Morningside Heights, which is in the northern section of Manhattan, I'm pretty sure. It's bordered on the east by the notoriously Setite domain of Morningside Park, which is very solidly Setite. It's rumored that there are up to 4 satellite chantries instead of, and working in cohesion with the main chantry. They were created initially to confuse the Sabbat, but you have no idea where any of them are. And being neonates and none of you being Tremere, they are a disguise and mystery to most vampires. Wall Street is the heart of Prince Michaela's domain, who met her final death at the hands of Archbishop Polonia himself in the mid-90s. It is where her brood, all the vampires that she personally raised, fight contemptuously to retain control. Chief among the opposition are actually other Ventru, newcomers to the city who cite the violation of various traditions of the clan, which the brood of Prince Michaela respond to by saying, "Get fucked."
That's a good, polite response for, mutual understanding and agreement about property rights.
Between Ventru and let's see, going outside of Manhattan to just like other locations of the entire New York City area. You have Little Italy of the Bronx, also known as Belmont. It's bordered by Fordham University and Bronx Zoo. It's home to a few Bruja and Ventru kindred. No prominent names that you can think of, but they've drawn their identity not so much from clan as ethnicity. You have the South Bronx in the Bronx, which is just like Morningside Park in Manhattan, exclusively Setite turf. Any kindred who tries to challenge that fact is either very bold or very stupid. Uh, you have Rikers Island. It's rumored to be under the influence, not necessarily the haven, of the Malkavian Carter and Van der Weyden. You have Van Cortlandt Park, which is located in the North Bronx. It's over 1,100 acres in size, and it's nominally the domain of the nominally Camarilla Gangrel. As of the start of this story in VtM, the Gangrel are still technically part of the Camarilla. That shift of them saying, fuck this sect, hasn't happened yet. But it might. But it might. The Cortlandt Park was actually it was bestowed by Calibros as an exercise in diplomacy, which ultimately failed, and it created much controversy with the Nosferatu, uh, as so many of the other kindred were angry at Calibros for giving away this park to the Gangrel. Funny enough, it actually pissed off the Gangrel too, who believe they have the right to create domains wherever the hell they want. So, good job, Prince Pro Templar. You did
Well,
a
to
good
be
job.
fair, it's very hard. It's very easy to piss off a gangrel.
I know. That being said, gangrels do live within it, and any kindred caught there without a gangrel to vouch for her may meet a bloody end. Just throwing that one out there.
How many of the zoos in the city are in gangrel hands?
Um, that you couldn't say for sure, because that I can't say for sure. There's a lot of damn zoos in New York City. What the fuck?
There really are. A lot of parks, too.
Van Cortlandt Park is just such an amazing standout because, over 1,100 acres in size. It's just such a vast stretch that was just nominally given to the Gangrel to do whatever the hell they wanted with. So long as, they follow the tenets of the Masquerade and what have you. Let's see, there's the Flushing neighborhood. It's located in Queens. A few independent Assamites are rumored to have created small havens within it. It's a mostly Asian community. And a few Malkavians are rumored to as well. Malkavians, of course, are also nominally part of the Camarilla.
Not that they can remember half the time.
Well, it's not like, they're doddering Alzheimer's. They're just, uh,
Eccentric.
yes, eccentric. Eccentric is the polite term.
I would have gone with bugfuck nuts.
Hey, you have one of those in your party. You be nice.
Eh.
Why, thank you.
It's okay if you don't want to let go of the stereotypes. It's okay.
You know the thing about stereotypes, right?
Right. Not to mention, he's what, Chinese American? Did I remember that right, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. You have, of course, John F. Kennedy Airport. It's technically open to all the kindred, but you all know it's the unofficial home of the Giovanni, who are an independent clan, and of course they're not based here in New York City. Their home is in Italy, but there are a few of them who live within the Big Apple. The place abounds with spies and contacts of the necromancers, and they undoubtedly pull the strings there. Rumors of such situations as vampires who've upset them and who end up traveling to New York City find the flight schedules adjusted so that they arrive during the daytime. Cargo
That's
shipments,
fucked up.
cargo shipments they don't know of and they don't get a cut of, or by vampires they don't like, can get lost. It's not the only means of getting things into or out of the Big Apple, but it's a big one, and the Giovanni are in sole control of that.
So you're telling me the Giovanni are the reason I lost my luggage?
Yes.
Maybe. Or it could
You
have
pissed
been
them,
due to improper service.
you pissed them off, but not much.
There are never any coincidences.
You're like, being as ignorant as your character is, Giovanni? What kind of stupid vampire clan name is that?
Yeah, my character's pretty happy he took the boat after he figures that out.
Now, none of the harbors are under the exclusive control under a new one. So it's certainly possible to get through that way. And if you're really determined enough, you can just walk under the damn ocean. It'd take you a long time. You can always just like jump boat and just walk up the rest of the way to say just walk under the river where the pressure might actually be tolerable.
But would my MP3 player work?
No, 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 I'm
Oh,
sorry.
wait. It's the 90s.
Actually, I can't actually speak for maybe walking under the ocean. I know walking under the rivers are definitely possible, but I don't think even the vampiric body could survive them. I suppose if you had like enough the fortitude discipline, you could survive the underwater pressure. I don't know.
I know
Could
that
could
in...
just have could just
Go
have
ahead.
something to make you float.
You could, but then you'd be spottable.
Well, not all the way to the surface, but float enough that you're going to be, not crushed completely into smithereens.
But then you have to deal with the sun.
That's right.
I know that in New World of Darkness, they had a fluff description for a certain practice that lets you get 3 points of vitae for every 2 points that you would have normally drained, which is like that one merit in Masquerade. And they talked about vampires walking in pairs across the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, draining each other in a sort of infinite feedback loop in order to survive all the way across without starving to death.
Okay, so they didn't have the pressure problems. All right, that works then. Although White Wolf has never been known to embellish descriptions or anything, right?
Never.
Yeah, you just don't want to sink down that trench somewhere in the middle.
In the New World of Darkness, do the blood bonds still exist?
Yep. And
So
that was
those
one of the points
characters.
they brought up in that description.
Okay, so it's like, yeah, you can certainly do that. It's just you two are attached to each other.
Yep.
All right. There's the going on with other descriptions. There's the PS1 Contemporary Art Center. It's located in Queens. It's a former public school that has been converted into an art gallery, performance venue, and studio space. The location hosts live music performances, DJs, festivals, and other events to inspire artistic expression in others. This is where the majority of toreador within New York City actually hang out. Their interest and involvement with the PS1 Contemporary Art Center is high. But of course, Punk Rebel over there.
Guilty.
Thinks that shit is dumb.
No, he was talking about me.
Damn it! You got me.
Yeah, everything doesn't have to be about you. Jeez.
God, just because you're a Toreador doesn't mean you always have to be the center of attention.
I'm sorry, that's actually in the clan description.
Well, there you go. He's obligated. Some other things, of course, Coney Island. I know that. That's because I watched The Warriors. Located at the southeastern tip of Brooklyn, is predominantly Bruja territory, and Russian Bruja territory at that. There are some Toreador and Malkavians who also lair there. Nothing so prominent that any of you would know the names. Their stories, though. Apparently, one of the abandoned amusement park attractions there, the parachute jump, is home to a particularly territorial and reclusive Bruja who claims the whole area around it as her domain. Let's see. There's Prospect Park, which is located in Brooklyn. That's said to be an unofficial domain for the Gangrel. And it's worth noting that Central Park is not a domain to any kindred because it's rumored and feared that there are lupines who live in it, werewolves. And no kindred really wants to travel in there at night. They don't want to find out the mystery.
So there's no werewolf in Central Park.
No, free and clear. Good to go.
So you're saying there is a werewolf in Central Park, and you just want us to go in there?
Yeah, you should probably stay away.
It's like the alligators in the sewers.
As a Nosferatu, are there alligators in the sewers?
Yep. You would actually know this one, Aaron, your character anyway. There is a whole convoluted string of steps that you'd have to actually go through to get from Grand Central Terminal to where the Prince pro tempore held court. Now, one of those steps, it's not like you ever wrote it, but you as a Nazi would know this. There's at the end of a walkway, there's a grime-tarnished brass chain and a sewer miasma that hangs around. You ring the chime, and it called a creature named the Charioteer, Calabros' pet name for an enormous albino alligator who's very docile, and he had like a little compartment that could hold 4 normal-sized riders. And he would swim through the sewer. It would take a half-hour trip, but it would take you to where the prince held court.
Holy fuck.
So there you are. A fucking vampire going to court, to ask for favor, whatever, with Calabros. And you're standing on top of a goddamn enormous alligator.
Traveling in style.
Yup.
Imagine the shoes you could make out of that.
So there are alligators. It's just your fault, Nazi.
The charioteer is an exception due to how just enormous he is, and he is most certainly a ghoul in that regards. I mean, he was pretty docile and well-trained, too. That was Calabros' pet name for him, though, the charioteer. They do exist. Let's see, and there are all sorts of other spread-out neighborhoods in Brooklyn, too. Cobble Hill. It's the domain of actually a group of Ventru and Toreadors, an upper-middle-class neighborhood. And so many other places where snooty people are happy to live together in peace and harmony.
Fuck that.
Right. Now, there's Staten Island. It's the recognized home of the Anarchs, to their considerable anger. Many of them had homes in the other boroughs during the reign of the Sabbat, but all recognized Anarchs were swept into one convenient location by the Prince pro tempore. Out of spite, the Anarchs play into this role a bit. The leader of the Anarchs, the recognized leader, is a man by the name of Boss Callahan. And imagine Boss Tammany and all the corruption that ran amok in the Big Apple during the 1800s. He looks straight from that time. His beard is epic, and he's just sort of like a caricature with the top hat, and he's got like this awesome suit, and he's rumored that he has like some sort of cane that he has for dramatic effect, even though no fucking kindred needs a damn cane. He is definitely a man who came from his time, at least in physical appearance. Imagine how long it takes for him to get rid of that beard every night whenever he awakens if he wanted to.
I mean, the great thing about having a beard as a kindred is that if the police decide that they want to chase you, you can change your facial hair instantly.
Just pull out a razor while they're chasing you. I can use celerity to take multiple actions, so I can shave this all off, right?
That's not what I meant.
The other direction is harder for the police to get their mind around.
Well, you guys were fucking with me with that damn bicycle thing, so I figured I'd play along in some other fashion.
We actually did figure out fast we could get it.
Oh, okay. You gotta tell me?
Mach 1.
Alright. So, whenever you can find that Methuselah Bruja with celerity 9, you let me know, okay?
We will. We'll be preparing to fight.
He'll also need Potence 9, too, to really, get it going.
Right.
What the hell's the bicycle made out of?
It's a special made bicycle with
Carbon
with a
fiber
ridiculous-
reinforced titanium.
Don't forget the streamers and thumb bell. You gotta have that.
Right. With pink streamers and a thumb bell and a baseball card held in the spokes with a laundry clip.
Okay. Jordan, you were gonna say something?
I was just going to say, I came in at the end of that conversation. I was like, what the hell did you guys do?
Oh, okay.
Like, I come in, there's like 80 messages, and I'm just like, and I just see Grimith has left, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, I've had enough of this bicycle talk. I'm leaving the very... I didn't expect you all, whenever I united you together, for you to be so damn active in the Skype I am. It's ridiculous. I'm like, shut up!
So it seems like there's a lot of neighborhoods everywhere, but it seems like the places where neonates such as us could probably get a little bit of it are like the Bronx and Queens.
Bronx and Queens are the two that are very, very open. Brooklyn still has some openness to it, but after Manhattan, it's the second most desirable location. Manhattan is exclusively there. That's not a domain that is open to you, unless you feel like upsetting the established en Chile and perhaps even elders residing within Manhattan. And Staten Island is off limits because it's anarch land.
So, I'm probably going to hate myself for asking this, but what about Jersey City?
Jersey City is sort of non-included within like the New York umbrella. By all means, though, the Sabbat. Well, the reason why it's probably unincluded is because it's still actually Sabbat territory.
All the more reason not to go to Jersey.
Yes. Whenever you cross over that bridge from, I know the Bronx is one such location where you can. The Camarillo, I mean, New York City is the awesome place it is, but it's where you want to be, and that's why there are ghouls who attend the various bridges with infrared scanners to check out comings and goings of people with no body
Keep out all the filthy Sabbat.
The Sabbat influence within the area has definitely waned. if you all want to go try to make a domain within Jersey City, uh, you can try.
Well, hey, we'd be closer to the action that way, huh?
That's a thing.
Yeah, there's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason I'm on the side of New York.
So I didn't want things to get complicated in character creation, and you all end up joining the Sabbat anyway. Great.
Whoa, whoa,
Whoops.
whoa, 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 whoa.
No, I mean, here's the thing. We all join the Sabbat, and all try and keep it secret from each other.
Oh, please veto that. It sounds ridiculous.
That would have been perfect.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking trying to run that would be just painful.
Well, have you ever played Paranoia?
Yeah, and it's at least there, everyone kind of knows they're screwed, but
Not kind of.
It would be an interesting situation if you all four discovered that you were actually
All,
members of the
all double agents for the same faction.
like all who met like with Archbishop Polonia and were tasked with this mission to gather information about prominent havens and domains and what have you and report back to them.
To infiltrate Camarilla Coterie.
And it just so happened to co-inspire that you all coincidentally ended up joining up together.
We all tried to infiltrate each other.
We've been spying on other Sabbat members this whole time.
It's like you report back to him on each other. So, there's this really awesome Nosferatu, Ventru and Toreador.
He just finds it so funny he can't bother to tell us.
This is too much Deus Ex Machina. I'm out of here.
I mean, I'm sure that he could have pulled the strings enough to maybe get you guys dominated so that, forgetful mind makes you think that, it just happened to be coincidence. And yet you're all working together. Because he's a dick.
I mean, that's
we
really
shouldn't
the
have
punchline
commented
of
on the
that.
sunburn.
Probably shouldn't make a comment about the sunburn, no. That's not something that Byron would survive.
Yeah, speaking about that, I was listening to you talk about the various Manhattan domains, and yeah, Byron would have probably been in Valentine's domain, and being the ridiculous person he is, he would have heard about this and probably introduced himself, and he probably wouldn't have mentioned he lived there because he's not that stupid. Well, no, yeah. But they may have met, so he would have come to his attention. So
It's
I don't know.
possible, Valentine's Ventru, he's polite enough, especially to other Ventru, has some etiquette and decorum. It's possible that you became acquainted with him. And if he had later learned, which Valentine's an established enough vampire that he could have heard it wouldn't have bothered him too much. He just would have pointed out that you recognize, he'd understand that you're a newcomer, that the domain is not yours to have, and it would probably be for the best if you eventually moved out and established your own territory. But he wouldn't have inherently had a problem with you.
Right. Well, that actually could be an impetus for Byron looking around for other places then, that he's been politely invited to GTFO from Manhattan, or at least that area.
Just, you could consider him as advising you of the situation, like, I know you're new here, it's just not a good place for neonates to try to come into the city. Just not.
Sounds good.
Not to say that you can't, but that your entire time spent together as a coterie will be spent defending your domain. Great.
All one day.
Yep.
Going from one war to another war to yet another war.
I wouldn't call it a war. I mean, the Camarilla don't engage in, that upfront killing. You can't do that. Otherwise, you have to make your humanity rolls. and you don't get to use willpower on humanity rolls.
So you're saying to use ghouls as shippers.
I mean, if you
That's what you're
guys want to
saying,
make
right?
ghouls, it's possible. Though, in all fairness, wouldn't you consider making a ghoul retainer a violation of the Masquerade?
Listen, I'm just talking about kidnapping like a dozen orphans, chaining them up and blood binding them, and then just handing them all, military surplus AK-47s and letting them go to town.
I thought you
About
were
those
my.
military, about the military surplus AK-47s, the Giovanni stole them.
Motherfuck them. You fuck. They're my first target.
Like, organized crime, I'll fucking show you. You just, like, execute a raid by yourself on the JFK airport.
This is how you organize a goddamn crime.
For one, you being out in the open construes as a violation of the Masquerade. You're at a goddamn international airport.
Well, if you're gonna violate the Masquerade, you gotta go all the way, right?
Like, fuck this shit, I don't need obfuscate, die!
You can't violate the Masquerade halfway. It's either a violation or it's not.
Blood Hunt is called on you. But the rest of the characters are secretly members of the Sabbat, so it's okay.
And so they all try to recruit me.
But secretly trying to hide it from each other, and you're like sitting there going, are all of them members of the Sabbat? Damn!
I'm just shaking my head.
I have been doing a lot more than shaking my head at this entire scenario.
Gross.
Oh man. Fucking punk rocker. But no, it's fine that you're acquainted. In that case, Crip, you would know that Valentine is a rake and a gallant, who is definitely an epitome of the latest fashion sensibilities. Yeah, he wears his hair short, slight build, sharp features. He's got reddish brown hair, and appears that he's quite a celebrant of life. He does it all with a flourish.
Wow, we're just two peas in a pod.
Yeah, he was friendly enough to you, and he's definitely from your own little rumors, because it'd be something that you'd be interested in. He's definitely a significant figure among the New York kindred, and he does have considerable wealth. I mean, Waldorf Astoria hotels in his domain. So he's definitely a part of high society.
So, are there any, scary motherfuckers we should watch out for? Like, guys who, if they weren't so powerful, a blood hunt probably would have been called on them by this point?
Well, there's no one that a blood hunt would have been called upon that's in the city. You're looking at, a few elders, some in Chile, but the majority of the kindred population within the Big Apple are neonates. In terms of like an actual power balance in the vacuum, compared to other old cities you guys could have started in, this is the best opportunity you have as neonates to not be fucked over by your sires from the beginning. There's not a whole lot of powerful people here.
Fair enough.
Let's see, you do have the three harpies. One of them is Thomas Arturo, the Toreador I mentioned earlier, who is part of his Greenwich Gate. He's the night site manager as well as a designer. His architecture is really famous among the kindred. This is something that I know Crip's character would end up knowing too. He's got a lot of prestige attached to his name, and Kindred would really do almost anything to have Arturo design their havens. His skills are that damn amazing, and it's seen as high fashion. The Ventru, Toreador both love him. The Tremere grudgingly appreciate his talents. And he is also known, we'll say that Crip's character knows this as well, the Ventru, he's actually known to accept almost any kind of payment that suits his fantasy at the time. Including people drinking his blood.
So you can pay him by getting willingly bloodbound?
Yeah, it depends on his mood. He might accept cash or stock options, but, blood bond, especially if you're actually prominent within the city. But he doesn't do
Oh,
that much design on less than the $1 million scale. Unless it's like a charity thing. But he's a very tastefully dressed man, and he is definitely a consummate professional. And the kindred who are in the know want to know Thomas Arturo, one of the harpies.
Yeah, definitely Byron would have, and he would have tried to get along very well with him. So, yeah.
Not something that a newer kindred a new kindred would have access to. Whereas Valentine is like the gateway to upper echelon society. Thomas Arturo is actually one of the harpies, and he is a very busy man.
so how open are they about accepting bribes? Like, can you just walk up to someone and, just say, here's a bribe?
Like who, the harpies?
Yeah, just for whatever reason.
He'd probably be rejected out of hand. Yeah, that's not the polite
Fuck.
Camarillo way, man. You gotta like couch this shit and wheedle and participate in the grand social game of etiquette, which your Nosferatu wouldn't even get to.
Is it too much to ask to just walk up to someone and say, here's a brick of heroin. Please do me a favor?
It is too much to ask if it involves one of the harpies. I'm sure there are a lot of people here in the city who may appreciate a brick of heroin.
Not guilty.
Cough, cough. All right, I'm going to go get something to eat real quick.
Okay. In that case, everyone, how about we take a 5-minute break? If you have anything that you want to do to like step away from the computer or get something to drink or what have you, while Aaron's away.
All right.
All right.
It's like, this is great. Like, I'm perfectly okay with having a domain anywhere. It's fine. It's fine. What if you were in like an uncool neighborhood, Jordan?
Well, I would have to make it cool.
Yeah, he's a hipster Toreador.
He was hip before hip was cool.
So I'm a hipster in the hipster clan.
Reverse hipster. It's the most hipster.
Like, that's why you're wearing like that solid T-shirt instead of like a turtleneck. Like, shit. You drink coffee from like the Waffle House.
Since you have a map open, this will show my ignorance of New York boroughs, but what boroughs say closest to Greenwich Village and or the financial district, just in Manhattan?
Well, Manhattan is the actual borough itself.
Pardon me?
Manhattan's one of the boroughs.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, but it's I meant Manhattan. I think Greenwich Village is in that as well. I just was lumping it all together. What would be closest? What borders that side of it, or is Greenwich Village in the middle of the borough? I just don't know.
If we want the financial district, the Upper East Side, we're looking at Queens. Specifically, Estonia is right across the bridge.
That's a little map of at least Manhattan and its neighborhoods itself. As for the like a concept of which boroughs are like closest to the southern part of Manhattan, you're looking at Brooklyn.
Right.
Yeah.
So that goes. Yeah, that goes with my first on it. So that makes sense.
So yeah, Brooklyn is closest borough to Greenwich Village and the financial district.
Yeah, Bronx is to the north of Manhattan. Brooklyn is kind of like to the southeast, I think. Queens
South to
is
south.
directly east, and Staten Island is across to the west, I think.
Staten Island is southwest.
Okay. I don't have Aaron here to like knock us all upside the head with his erudite knowledge on the matter.
Judging by this map I found, Jersey's actually closer to Greenwich Village than any of the boroughs.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
Well, golly.
I put it in the Skype chat.
I am back.
welcome back.
Thank God, the guy who actually knows where we are.
Well, I don't exactly know the borders and the extent of Jersey City, so I don't know so much. I know I just sent Crip there a little map on like the entirety of crazy neighborhoods in Manhattan, and that certainly fits along with that. Although I didn't think Greenwich Village was that big. There's like Greenwich Village, and then there's like West Village, and then there's like the meatpacking district that I think is all being included in that picture, Jordan.
Yeah, also Chelsea also includes Hell's Kitchen and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Greenwich Village might be just in like the south center side of Manhattan.
Yeah, so if we want to be as close to there as possible, what I originally said was Williamsburg, the village.
If you're looking for like an entirety of the overview of like Manhattan, that's the map that I found a few days ago. I just sent to Crip there.
There's there's a better one.
Oh shit, I didn't find one that was zoomed in that damn much. I was looking on my fucking image search and everything. Damn, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was like number 3 on Manhattan neighborhoods on Google Images.
Figures. I was going for like Manhattan topographical map, Manhattan neighborhood overview. Fucking shit. I'm like,
Nope.
just trying to throw things at Google here. Like, come on, I know you can help me.
The best neighborhood name, NoHo.
They have no hope.
Well, yeah, I mean it's the north one.
I love how you deadpan that. Yeah, you know.
I mean it's the north one. What can you say?
Seems fine to me, you know.
We're just trying to figure out where we might have this domain of ours.
Well, I mean it depends on what we want to build it around.
Right. It's gonna be tied into what you want to try to anchor your stuff to.
Which we were also not sure of.
Well, you'll need to get sure.
Yeah, we know.
Well, let's
What we
just
were
see what
talking-
people are willing to contribute, and whichever one has more, that can be the anchor. That would make the most sense. So,
Well, I'm willing to put my 5 dots towards anything.
See, my concept is you've all banded together to support each other. What are you going to anchor things around? What's going to be this coterie support mechanism you have here that
Right.
you all can use?
One of the things we discussed was having a lot of real estate owned within our domain from which we derive our resources. That would be if domain is the anchor merit or anchor background. But I mean, really we can have any background be the anchor, be the deriving force. We just need to figure out how and why.
I still definitely think contact should be the anchor.
Clearly.
I'm thinking fame around Marcus. We got to build up his career, and no.
Right. Fame is not vampiric. Fame is mortal.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
don't
not
think that
shareable.
fame is listed under one of the anchorable merits.
It
Let me
probably
see.
isn't. It was just a ridiculous thought
It's
anyway.
not.
Right, backgrounds. In New WAD, these would have been called merits.
Blanket all term. But yeah, I could see us doing either resources or domain as the anchor merit or background. God, you did it to me now, Kunkel.
You're welcome.
I think that Jermaine makes a lot of sense for Byron since I pretty much decided that he's been politely invited to leave Lower Manhattan by Valentine. And so he'd be looking for a place to hole up, New Haven, where maybe he wouldn't get kicked out of. He really would want to control the area.
I know the
Okay, here we
example
go.
of the actual 20th anniversary edition book actually provides like the anchor being domain. It's like the physical territory of a ruined church, and it's a economically depressed environment.
Here we go. It says that the available backgrounds are allies, contacts, domain, herd, influence, resources, and retainers.
And those are all open anchors, or are those all open like pooled things?
Both.
Okay.
Those are the only ones that can be anchors and the only ones that can be pooled.
All right.
Okay, so I have a simple question. How many background dots are being donated to the group pool?
5 from me.
5 from me.
10 total thus far from 2 people. Crip, Jordan?
I'm only donating 2.
Okay. Crip?
And I've got 3, maybe 4 on the outside, but we've already got 13. So
All right, you're
nothing
looking at a
needed.
total of 15 or 16, depending on how much Crip ends up donating.
So this is the way I'm looking at it. The people who put the most in probably get the most say in this, so...
Actually, that would make a lot of sense. Each point can be a vote.
Okay.
And the Malkavian and the Nosferatu, the 2 crazy ones, have the most votes.
I'm not crazy. Crazy like a fox.
The Embrace ruined one person's mental appearance and ruined one person's physical appearance. It's like yin-yang.
Who you calling a yang?
The Chinese American.
So the question comes up, Sean and Aaron, what do you want your dots to go towards?
I'm inclined to vote towards domain. It just makes the most sense for my character.
I mean, you guys could end up basing yourselves in building around the abandoned church, pretty much that Sean's character has.
True that.
That is a decent idea.
I actually have it a separate domain.
You could instead, I mean, you could certainly continue to keep it as a separate domain, but if you're gonna have like a domain where all of you people put together, you can actually take your dots and put that out of there as well. Like it used to be a separate domain for you, but in this whole
And
little
then
joint venture that you guys have.
Yeah, but it's not in character. It's not something that he wants to share.
Okay.
It's his fallback plan in case, they've got to use the Venture as a patsy because he screwed something up.
That's fine. I mean, it's certainly respectable that you vampires wouldn't be 100% completely trusting of each other, and he would not want to share his haven.
Plus, it's out in Flushing, unless you guys want to live in Chinatown.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Plus, it's out in Flushing, so unless you guys want to live in Chinatown.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that.
Yeah. I mean, there might be a few independent Assamites and Malkavians running around in the largely Asian community out there in Queens, but I mean, he's a Nosferatu. What's he gonna bitch about?
Seriously, I mean...
Not having any sewers?
Well, no, here's the thing. As long as it's on, the island of Manhattan, there are just a fucking honeycomb of abandoned sewers, active sewers, abandoned subway tunnels, subway maintenance tunnels. It's just amazing.
And while those do exist, I mean, there's just so much prime territory as well as so much underground to above ground access. Nosferatu don't necessarily have to live in the sewers.
Oh, right, I know.
Yeah, I was just noting that for Sean there.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm saying that it's not Manhattan sewers.
It'll be fine.
Hearing a Sriracha bitch about how the sewers are not grandeur enough.
I need more grandiose sewers.
The ceilings must be vaulted.
But no, character-wise, the only things that I probably be able to really offer sense for me to just give up would be contacts, because my character has history as a police officer. So a number of contacts could go there that would be the only thing the group would really want.
My character has a history as a police officer too, actually.
Didn't you say you were born in 50-something?
53.
Yeah, I think 57.
52 for Byron.
You might have been on the force when my character was an assistant district attorney.
Could be an interesting situation where you were acquaintances perhaps in life, and you found each other again. Maybe that's why the deranged priest allowed the Nosferatu to hide out within the church during some of that Camarilla versus Sabad.
It's sounding like you two do know each other, at least in passing before you guys became vampires.
I was actually considering the possibility that I might have arrested you for heroin at some point.
Now get this. So Sean's character arrests the Toreador for heroin, and then it gets passed along to the assistant district attorney.
And I prosecute him.
Why am I the anchor that this party needs?
Because shut up and sit down.
You're the subtle punk Toreador, that's why.
It wouldn't make sense otherwise.
Sure. Sure, you guys can have arrested me and prosecuted me.
Would you have accepted a plea bargain?
I don't know, maybe.
Because it probably would have been to get your dealer.
Or may have been, you know what, fuck the police.
That might have been the thing that basically said, yeah, it's time for me to stop doing heroin.
That was what I was thinking.
Turned you straight?
Oh, I was already drinking alcohol hard before then.
This is some crazy character development we have going here.
I would have been embraced, by the way, in 1982. I'm thinking.
The year of his first hug.
Duh.
That's 4 years after I was embraced.
After my
I'm sorry, Sean, you sound like a robot and I can't hear you.
before, uh, get off from my mind.
Nope.
His character was embraced in the early 90s, I think.
So, fun fact. Uh, in the modern real-day New York, there are small communities of homeless who will build shantytowns in the abandoned like subway and utility tunnels and splice into the city's water and electrical utility.
Whatever they gotta do to survive, man. Whatever they gotta do.
Oh, they've also got internet too.
Yep.
That's an important part of survival.
Yeah, shantytown may be like the wrong image. I'm talking like places bigger than most Manhattan apartments.
They sound fairly high-tech, too.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
So this we still haven't got anywhere closer to the fact of what is the anchor background and where the hell is it?
You know, coming from all that I've been gathering thus far, the Toreador is the actual anchor.
Yes, the Toreador is the anchor background.
I don't know whether you want to count it as an ally, a contact, a retainer, a domain.
He's a domain.
You will live on the Toreador.
But he did feed off them, so makes sense.
Oh, right, he's a herd.
I'm not sure if that's saying.
Nope. Fuck are you laughing at?
Well, since it's coming down to me to decide where we live, I don't know.
Sean's trying. Sean's trying. He's trying, man. That's all you can ask from someone sometimes.
I think we missed some.
I caught 2 words.
I caught miss and some.
Miss caught something is what I think.
I seem to be having a little bit.
Yeah, I can tell that you're having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, but the chat system doesn't really help with the whole vocal aspect of conducting the session.
Indeed.
It's not such a big deal for this one.
Let me try.
Okay, we'll let you try something.
Oh, I can still hear you.
I like how I think it's cute how he's still trying to explain things. Oh well. I suppose then if this is something that you guys can't decide in regard to what the hell you're going to anger to, then it's going to be a homework project for this upcoming week.
Oh, I think we can decide just everyone here is trying to be humble and not, take a stance on anything.
I
Great.
already voted.
Humble
Yeah,
vampires.
we already have 5 for domain, and I've been waiting for the priest to come forward with his 5, and then I'll
So that you
add
guys can be
whatever.
tiebreakers if need be.
Oh, I, I would
Just type it in Skype. Come on, dude. Seriously, you're completely inaudible. Just type it in Skype.
Maybe he doesn't notice the TeamSpeak chat. Maybe he doesn't understand what you're saying. Maybe he has to be told in a Skype chat.
Yeah, he might be having a hard of a time hearing us as we are of hearing him.
I think that's what he's been trying to say. That he's having a hard time understanding. Well, even if you all go with domain, you're, in that case, going to have to, rule on domain. Since you can't has his
Yeah,
church.
what if we have, like, 10 dots of domain?
I would say half of those probably need to go to security of some sort.
I was about to say, I mean, you can have 10 dots of domain if you want. It's just the most unsecured. Yeah, we actually control all of, some shitty neighborhood in Queens.
We control Queens.
Then the Setite
ours.
rule. No, not Queens. That's a lot more dots than what you guys have.
Yeah,
Let's
what would
see. It
10 dots
says
be,
that
like a
5
city block or
dots.
something?
Well, no, it says that 5 dots is the size of a small neighborhood in a
That's
big
singular,
city.
they're not pooled.
The size of a small neighborhood is not Queens.
I know. I'm saying like 10 dots. It seems like each dot invested kind of increases it by an order of magnitude.
But they're not additive when they're pooled. It'll be lesser. Like 10 dots pooled might be 4 or 5 dots from a single person, whatever Grimith says.
What?
Okay, you guys hear me?
Kinda. Not very well.
Is it am I cut problem?
You're cutting in and out. We can barely make out a single word.
Maybe try reconnecting to TeamSpeak. Maybe that'll fix it.
Never mind. It is a mystery.
It couldn't possibly hurt.
Well,
Unless it does.
User disconnected from your channel.
I mean, he could just fail to reconnect.
that's a thing. It could transpire.
So, I mean, I guess it could be possibly worse.
Could be worse. Could be raining.
Right.
User was moved to
I
your
mean, if
channel.
you guys wanted to contribute 10 dots to say, yeah, the domain size, you could have like an important, like I know it recommends like the docks or Highland Park, so a major topographical feature of the vastness of New York City. The problem is that you wouldn't have any dots in security with that.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Like, okay.
So we could hypothetically put 10 dots towards a domain, 5 of them towards size, and 5 of them towards security.
Right, you all would just have to describe to me how, like, what the domain is and how it's actually being secured.
Right.
You guys hear me?
It's slightly better, but it's still pretty bad.
It is. Aaron speaks the truth.
Yes.
All hail the prophet. All hail the prophet.
He did say that he had to go buy a 100-foot Ethernet cable for the purposes of having conversations. Perhaps something's being lost in the transmission.
Because that's how Ethernet cables work, right?
Yep.
You don't want to coil them up because then the data packets will like leak out.
Oh well, things happen. If it's still not functioning next week, I'll just kill him. You all can de-alberize him. Yay!
Oh, I thought you meant him.
Well, we can do that too, if you want. Might be a bit harder. In that case, I probably should delete this recording. You would rather we didn't.
Nah.
Okay, Sean. Where are your 5 votes going towards?
Yeah. What do you think the anchor of the group for the pooled background purposes should be?
The answer is lasers.
Is that a contact?
See? I told you it would be lasers. I speak the truth.
He said that after you spoke it. Come on. Fruit from the poisonous tree.
I said that it would be lasers, and it was.
Verily it came to pass.
Okay,
Alright,
so
so
we have
that's 10 votes for domain.
What Byron would be most willing to give would be 2 resources and 1 in domain. So if one of you took 1 off domain and put it to resources, then that would be 10, and then 2.
Right, I think we were more voting for what our anchor merit would be rather than saying what we were actually distributing it towards.
Right. Okay. I was just thinking if you were going for 10 to get the total, that's all.
Well, in that case, since both of the 5 people chose domain, then your anchor is going to be domain.
Right.
Now you can decide the individual dots.
I'm actually liking the idea of 5 dots in domain size and at least 3 dots in domain security. That would allow us to have either a small neighborhood or a part of a larger one. But still, you know, a really nice sized domain.
no objections here.
Sounds good to me.
I mean, 5 dots says that an entire neighborhood or an ethnic subdivision like Chinatown or Little Italy is appropriate. Or an
a
entire
whole
suburb. So we're at 5 dots in size, we're getting into the size where we can actually have a noteworthy domain rather than just a domain.
The problem is that being noteworthy attracts attention.
Which is why I
User in your
want at
channel
least...
timed out.
Well, that happened. But, I mean, that's why I said I wanted at least, 3 dots in security.
Right.
So that's 8 of the 15 or 16 dots we're spending.
But it's towards our anchor merit, so, not merit, our anchor background, which by definition has to be the highest of all of our pooled backgrounds anyway.
Indeed.
So what do you guys think? Well, okay, a better question is, what is definitely available? Or what's
Manhattan
definitely
is, especially for a domain of that size, would certainly be off limits to you. And Brooklyn, in that case, would probably be ixnayed as well. But you're more familiar with the New York stuff, and I imagine like the suburbs and what have you, in the Bronx and Queens. I assume you could certainly get a neighborhood in there that would not infringe upon anyone else's claim domain.
Well, how about I grab a map of Queens so that we can have a look at it and talk about it?
Alright. So yeah, I know obviously Flushing's there, but I suppose that's it. The damn Malkavians.
I mean, I'd be okay with that.
You kick
Uh,
all of the Assamites and the Malkavians who are living there out.
Something I worry about, though, is that JFK Airport is in Queens, so we probably don't want anything on the south side.
I mean, you could certainly have it. Just a lot of traffic goes through, and it's not to say that all the Giovanni live in the airport, but they're definitely around in New
Right.
York City.
Well, I mean, really, JFK's on one side and LaGuardia's on the other.
God damn it. Doing a better
Yeah.
job at finding these maps than I do, you bastard. I like try to find all these maps for like the various neighborhoods, and I'm just like pulling my hair. And you know how to work the Google better than I do. That's what I tell my
My
viewers to
Google
use.
Foo, my Google Foo is untouchable.
Except for that one time where I was able to find
Shut
something.
up.
We don't talk about that.
Sean's back.
User was moved to your channel.
So, obviously we're going to be in Jamaica Center, right? Right? Right?
If we must.
Yeah.
As I said before, my knowledge of New York City is next to nothing, so I have no idea if any of these areas in Queens are trendy, hip, or cool.
You could always just look them up on Wikipedia.
But that takes effort.
There's a lot of goddamn neighborhoods to look up.
Well, yeah, it's Queens.
Okay, one more time. Can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I just read everything. I blame it on Windows 8.
That perhaps that's the problem. That the experimental Windows 8. I have a friend who uses that. And, he's had problems with all sorts of his programs.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to uninstall all the Windows 8 apps and everything. They don't work. None of them at all.
All right. I'm glad to have you back. Aaron had just sent a group map of all the neighborhoods in Queens with 5 dots. I mean, I'm not going to argue with the book here. You could claim any of those boxes. Even so much as to say I made a joke like, since your church, I suppose, would be in downtown Flushing, we'll say, they could kick out the Assamites and the Malkavians I noted as living in the region.
There's a better map.
I was about to say, because I couldn't find this Glendale.
Glendale is near Ridgewood on the western side.
Yeah, I'm looking up in...
Go ahead.
I was looking up Glendale in Wikipedia, and I couldn't find it. I did find Glendale, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Well, there you go, Aaron. He tried to Wikipedia something and he couldn't.
I was actually thinking Astoria.
Astoria's a pretty nice place. I mean, that'd be a pretty good territory to have.
It's also across the river from,
Yeah, it's right across the river, and it's economically what we're looking for buying property, and it's really not one of the ones that sticks out as some reason we shouldn't want it.
Well, it also has Roosevelt Island between us and Manhattan, in case we need a buffer.
And isn't doesn't the bridge lead out there? One of the bridges lead directly into Astoria?
I think so. I know that there's a tram that goes out to Roosevelt Island underneath one of the bridges.
So we have control, potentially we have control over a way in and out of Manhattan.
Well, okay, here it is. Here's the bridge. It's right. Uh, the bridge defines the border between Astoria and Long Island City. So no, I don't think we would control it.
Well, then maybe I'm sure we could grab Long Island City too.
I mean, yeah, eventually. That would
Yeah.
certainly be a goal to have.
I mean, it might fall in your domain, but it'd be like the same thing of like trying to claim total domain and ownership over like Park Avenue in Manhattan. It's a physical impossibility.
Exactly.
True, it's going to be 100%, but it will give us very strong access to it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And it'll provide direct access to Roosevelt Island, which, again, it's kind of a big deal.
What's so special about Roosevelt Island, Aaron?
Well, it's mostly suburbs, but it's a really good buffer point. I mean, it goes right through the East River between Queens and Manhattan.
Right, I knew about the location, I just didn't know why it was, like...
Oh no, it's no, like, big economic location, but you can get between Manhattan and Queens using the tram across there, which means you don't have to actually go up on the bridge itself. And I mean, it's a buffer. It can block people trying to cross the river there.
Okay.
Also looking to the... Astoria has quite the ethnic heritage.
Oh yeah, Queens
Very
in
mixed
general is
though.
incredibly diverse.
Very mixed though, so none of it stick out.
Say, Queens is pretty much your exaggerated caricature of the melting pot of the entire country.
It really is.
Apparently as many as 20,000 Maltese people live in Astoria.
Yep.
Make of that what you will.
But
I'm not making much of it.
I don't think any of the prominent, considering how you all had claimed that one, I think it could be ruled that you guys would be allowed to claim that. I'd go for it.
Cool.
So yeah, the problem that I just worry about is so much like how you guys are going to keep it secure. Like from what I was reading in the book, security is like partly defined by like say location, like a few avenues of access and what have you, and that's really damn hard to do in New York City, right?
I was actually thinking an ally, any I wouldn't know what would be in there, but any gang or any illegal organization, whichever or organized or semi-organized illegal organization would be there.
I don't think that Astoria, even back in the 80s and 90s, had much of a crime problem. What's more likely is that we've somehow bribed, bloodbound, or whatever, the police in the area.
Those could be your contacts then, or like your allies, or perhaps even retainers if you want to go that far. Important members of the police stationed within the Astoria district.
Right, because the precincts are very self-contained, so we could hypothetically have subverted an entire precinct.
How big would a precinct cover? How big an area?
Well, you know what? Let me see if I can find a precinct map for Queens.
30 seconds later. Here's one, guys.
God damn it, I love outsourcing work to players. This is awesome.
Yeah, and he drew too.
There's an entire subsection of like role-playing tabletop games that basically are designed, okay, you, the DM, and the player sit down and then they split up the work of creating the setting.
I love it. It helps to get the players more involved in a setting too whenever they're partly responsible for making it. It's great. I can't do everything.
Just an FYI, I just was playing around with my character sheet, and I can now get 5 resources.
Jesus, he was like,
Astoria
well, I have more
is
time.
almost entirely within the 114th precinct.
And
I am willing
And that precinct only covers a story? I'm sorry, I'm not using anything else.
I think it branches out into like Woodside or Jackson Heights.
Yeah, it just mostly covers Astoria.
It hits Long Island City, parts of Sunnyside, Woodside, Jackson Heights, North Corona, Elmhurst, LaGuardia, Steinway, and maybe a bit of Flushing Meadows.
But the
Well, there
bulk of it is right on Astoria.
Well then, subverted be synced. Watching out for all our property.
Okay.
I'm willing to have both of the dots I'm donating go to allies, cops, or whatever you guys want to call it.
Sure. And I'm thinking that if we get resources, it'll be mostly a result of owning properties and renting them out within the neighborhood.
Right, within Astoria itself, which since it's a well-to-do location, that's fine.
And that might also play into our security because we probably have closed-circuit television for any properties that we own, including the streets immediately in front of them,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Okay, in that case, one ally, I suppose, definitely moderate influence and power in a city as big as this would be the head of this precinct that mostly oversees Astoria. I don't know what another ally would be, unless it's like some sort of ADA who exclusively covers the neighborhood, and I don't think ADAs limit themselves to just one little neighborhood.
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, aren't they per borough?
I guess if you want to go that far, I definitely think the police chief would qualify as being one. I just don't know what your second ally would be if you had another one.
I'm not sure either.
Would there be a neighborhood watch in Astoria?
No.
Just asking.
How about
Yeah,
a
this is...
registrar of deeds?
Oh.
Well, if that in that case, we could just knock it down to one dot to allies, cops, or the one guy.
So, and your
And then-
contacts could just be like just like maybe like beat reporters or folks who like handle sorts of types of things. Maybe
Got
Astoria
that
culture.
ear on the street.
So one dot in allies and then one dot in contact, I guess, for my thoughts.
Like I don't know, let's see, with one major combat and lesser contacts, you just like have like a major contact being a I don't know, maybe being like an editor or like a major journalist of a newspaper. I don't know. Or a contact in the district attorney's office to give you all information about sorts of like criminal things that might be occurring. Maybe it happens around Astoria. You just have to ask.
So I'm like writing these things down. So far, I only have 9 of the dots spent. I have 8 in domain, 5 to size, and then 3 to security, correct?
Yeah, at least 3 to security as Aaron suggested.
At least 3.
And then we're using one of mine to get a ally and a precinct chief.
Yeah.
Which helps explain the security as well.
Considering how much access can be had to most of the damn neighborhoods in New York City, that certainly does help to explain it.
Right. This guy probably would have been a retainer if we weren't having him work on security most of the time.
A trusted
that's the way I
individual,
picture it.
perhaps someone that Sean's character and even Aaron's character knew as well. Someone who's now much more older. Much more older, yep.
Because that's how words work.
Using my words there.
Just letting them dribble on out your mouth.
Of course, it'd be something to determine, too, whether he's actually one of the ones as an ally who's actually familiar with the fact that, well, the people that he knows are vampires. As they can be. They don't have to be, but they can be.
Well, if I'm still personally in contact with him, he would probably know that I'm a vampire just by virtue of the fact that I look pretty different now.
You could just
And
talk
not in
about
an
it.
easily explainable way.
Well, maybe you're just a real ugly mofo before the accident too, or before the embrace. Who knows?
Perhaps he was like Sean's partner or something, or Sean's character's partner back in the day, and they were part of the team that ended up arresting Jordan's cat.
Oh, that's perfect. What if we nailed him in a big drug bust and got him to make a plea bargain to put away the person who was actually in charge of the place where he was at?
And that sort of career success, while you all were getting embraced and what have you, ended up pushing your friend there up the ranks, so that he's now a precinct chief of Astoria.
Whereas I was only in the police to begin with to pay my way through law school to try and be a DA.
Right.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How many dots of resources do we want?
Yeah, that is a good question. I'm thinking a lot. Well, no, I mean, when you rent out properties in New York City, you end up with a lot of money.
But
Like,
we have,
even the shit places.
but then again, a lot of the money is not liquid for us to use.
Right, but still, I don't know. How many dots do we have left now?
I only have 9 down, and we have 17 dots to play around with.
That's right. Since Crip said that he could spare up to 5, I think that gives you a total of 17 dots if you wanted to use all 17 for this.
Okay. Well, I'd say at least 3 dots of resources. Just.
I'd say 4.
I'm fine with that. I'm saying bare minimum 3.
Okay, I have 4 listed down. Does anyone have a problem with 4?
So
No,
I just want
I
to
think we
note
should-
that with a shared resources pool like that, since it's like it would divide out so that it's one for each of you. It wouldn't be like you're all fucking millionaires or even like wealthy or well-to-do. It's just that you have a secured access of incoming income that can support the domain itself, the various bribes or gifts you might give to your allies and contacts through the usage of it.
Right, and
I
if
don't-
only one of us was using it at any given time, it would be the equivalent of 4 dots.
Right. It's well, I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that, but it's exponential because I was going to say I can give 2 because Marcus isn't going to give any.
Yeah. All of these backgrounds seem to kind of increase by an order of magnitude for each dot you have in them.
But sorry, Sean, you go ahead.
No, it's fine.
I say with the amount of dots you're going to end up putting in, it'd just be something like just living off of the money you're making that for yourself. You guys could live a sufficient to moderate lifestyle, all of you, just fine from that.
Right, after we split it 4 ways.
Yeah. And since it's all tied up in real estate equity, which ebbs and flows over the passage of time, you of course have to want to keep someone on top of that regularly, as well as maybe that could be one of maybe like an ally, someone who ends up handling like real estate affairs for Astoria.
Could be a retainer.
Could be
I
too.
was thinking of that because I wanted to get a retainer in City Hall maybe. I was going to run it by Grimith later, so I could do that. Retainer and/or contact. I was thinking ghoul type thing.
So yeah, contact would be more mortal, I suppose, so we might end up blending in better. The retainer would have some power of his own if you wanted him to have independent decision making like that.
So how about a 2-dot retainer that keeps the books for us?
Perhaps a very physically weak but mentally acute accountant of sorts, if you wanted to put both dots into him.
Okay, well, it goes along with what I was thinking. It would just be a kind of, slutty girl that he would pick up and make do his bidding kind of thing through charm and manipulation.
Have the slutty girl manage the books, guys.
Hey man, slutty girls
That
can be smart
sounds more
too.
like something that's your guy, not us. That's you.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Go for it, yeah.
Totally good
I mean,
idea.
she's a slut, and I'm a Toreador. I'm sorry.
What, do you think he'll get distracted?
By a slut? No.
Man, check out the scenery on that. What if she had heroin?
Good. Good times.
How much heroin?
Good times.
Let's say that Aaron's character lent the slut that whole brick of heroin just to fuck with you.
I mean, I think he kicked his habit, like decades ago.
Yeah, I'm just playing along for now.
Right. Doesn't mean that he can't pick it back up.
Hint, hint. Wink.
There's no telling though that it's just like the same ruling whenever whether it's like Warhammer 40K or D&D or whatever. You might have a competent retainer attempt to do these things, but players themselves can always be more trustworthy than an NPC, right? If you want them to manage your finances for you.
I'm just saying it would be very much in character because, Byron is very used to the whole blood debt thing, not blood debt, but, well, anyway, he was blood bond thing because that's what he was with his sire. So he'd want to use it on someone to do his boring work, which accounting definitely would qualify. So make perfect sense that he just finds someone to do his bidding on that.
In that case, you could say that Byron picked out someone that he thought would be appropriate, some sort of financial, not necessarily guru, perhaps someone who has their masters in like economics and finance and what have you, and he was the one who actually bloodbound her, we'll go along with, and while you folks can actually do your own thing, she manages the day-to-day affairs of the bookkeeping for your real estate.
She makes sure that the business front stays clean.
Right.
He, she, it. I'm just saying she because that's what WAD uses.
Yeah, and then it fits Byron's character more that he'd probably go after a female figure.
So, like a two-dot retainer that for some a two-dot retainer that's just hanging around because of Byron.
No, a two-dot retainer who was since you're going for ghoul, it has to be a ghoul of someone. In we'll just go with Byron's character, since he's contributing a few dots, and she's responsible for overseeing your real estate affairs in Astoria.
I'm okay with it. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I don't remember. Can someone be bloodbound to multiple people?
Yes.
Ghouls might get jealous if you have too many. They'll start fighting each other. But I don't know what critical mass is there.
Oh, I already
Well, I
have
mean, there's
that.
only
I
one
already
way to
have
find out.
I
So I'm proposing, a double-blind experiment. We'll need to control for other jealousy factors and other factors that would make them fight each other. Ideas?
You're the psychology major. Go for it. But either way, I seem to remember that in Sabbat packs, each Sabbat is bloodbound to every other member of his pack.
Yep, that's how they foster the loyalty through the vinculum or whatever it's called, where they all pour their blood into a goblet, and the pack priest conducts the rite, and they all drink from it.
Tasty.
So yeah, you can have someone be bloodbound to multiple people. It's just really weird.
Very well.
It also gets into a situation where your normal feelings up to that point can contrast with the fostered loyalty, or in this case, not fostered loyalty. In the Viculum's example, you could go for a situation of I think there's a rating system from 1 to 10, and 10 would be you're life bound and you would do anything, and 1 is get fucked.
Okay. So we've got 14 of the 17 dots spent.
I think I'm the last one. Was there somebody else that had more?
Let's see. Review, 14 of the 17 dots. Could you review that for me, Jordan?
There's 8 in domain. I'm assuming 5 is coming from Aaron, and I'm assuming the other 3 are coming from Sean, correct?
Yeah, the location of the, like, who they're coming from don't exactly matter so much, just as what they're in. As soon as one person contributes 1 dot, they have access to everything.
Okay. There's 8 in domain. There's 1 in ally. There's 4 in resources. And then we have a 2-dot retainer.
Okay.
So we still have 3 dots flying around somewhere.
Alright.
You did mention that we could have a contact with an editor of a local paper. I don't know what papers are besides the New York Times in New York.
Well, I imagine there are tons of, like, local papers as well, spread out
There
through
are.
all of the boroughs.
And they're not even extinct yet back in the 90s.
That's right. You're getting them, the dawning and the prominence of WWW, the World Wide Web, rather than the World Wide Web forcing them all out of business.
I keep having to remind myself that my Nosferatu isn't going to have a smartphone.
I did
It's
notice that
jarring.
they made a lot of references to smartphones and modern computers in the 20th anniversary edition.
They did. It was like one of your specialties for like the computer stuff is like the YouTubes, and I'm like, that doesn't even fucking exist yet. But I suppose if you wanted to set it later, you don't have to.
It can be the AOLs in '98.
Fuck you.
You know what my high school did with all those AOL discs? My computer teacher, because he had a guy who taught computers, he took them and like put like them on strings and then stuck them in the top of the ceiling. By the end of the year, he had like 80 of them just hanging from the ceiling in the computer room.
One of my friends made...
Sorry.
It's fine. You go ahead.
No, go for it, Aaron.
One of my friends made coasters out of them by gluing them together so that it was shiny side on both sides.
So yeah, that's stuff that I did too. For the trial discs that my family got sent, I would use them as coasters or frisbees if I needed to throw something.
Microwaving them was always fun.
Okay, have you seen the, YouTube show, Is It a Good Idea to Microwave This?
Where they've thrown a disc in there, yeah.
It's actually pretty cool, microwaving certain things. I mean, if you microwave a light bulb, it glows, it turns on.
Yeah, and it kind of sparks, too, from what I remember.
Yeah. And aluminum fires are just the coolest.
Alright, so you all have 3 more dots to allocate. You could have one of them be a contact of perhaps some sort of real estate or cultural paper about the Astoria Times, or you'd have to have some sort of pompous sounding name rather than Times. Life in Astoria.
It could have something in influence.
True.
Is influence one of the ones that can be pulled?
Yes, it is. It's the sort of influence in the mortal world, in the government and things like that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it could be pulled, that's all.
And I'm assuming these dot rankings are designed for a city not of New York City standard.
Right.
Because 1 dot says you're a factor in city politics.
Borough, maybe, but that might even be too large.
So I'm thinking 1 dot in a contact with some local paper, and then 2 dots of influence.
You could do that, like say the local paper writes favorable things about you. Just like, yeah, these guys are great, and like how upkept, and highly maintained the properties are that you guys have.
Well, wouldn't that be more of an ally? I think that a contact would be more someone feeding us information.
That's true. A contact would just be someone you can get in touch with if someone is attempting to buy property or some major event happens in Astoria.
Right, they give us, the headlines the day before.
Yeah. It's like, here, I have some incriminating information on you guys. You want to make a reply before I write it in?
Exactly.
or could have a contact in something like real estate office, someone who will let us know all the things in any major movement of property, which might even give us some hints on kindred movement.
Also a good idea.
You could definitely do that. Some case like, such and such has just come to the city, immortal, and, he's looking for a property.
I mean, we could also get a contact in the police. I mean, having an ally in the police means they'll help us out. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll give us information.
Right, you can't just use your allies all willy-nilly, otherwise your precinct chief might ask you all for favors in return.
Exactly. So we might want to get a contact, an informant within the police who will kind of, tell us about crimes and law enforcement and stuff and kind of keep us in the loop there.
And make sure our allies are doing what we want.
Okay,
Exactly.
so how about this? Two dots in contact, one for police and one for something else.
Some kind of media. News media, that is.
Does that work for everyone?
Works for me.
Yep.
Going to just gonna say contact police, and then I guess we'll say it's the Astoria Times or whatever it's going to be called.
Sounds good.
Live in Astoria. Something snooty.
I like it. I like the snoot. We need to dial that up a bit. Make this shit fucking classy.
And we have one dot left. I'm assuming this is going to go into influence. If you guys want, or we could put that into security, size, or anything else.
Not sure. I mean, we could always put that into resources to bring it up another tick.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. We already have 2 in influence, right?
No, we have none in influence right now.
Yeah, you have 5 in domain, 3 in the domain security, 4 in resources, that's 12. You have an ally in the precinct chief of Astoria. You have 2 in retainers, which is the real estate, your financial manager, who's a ghoul of Byron. You have 2 in contacts now, 1 a contact in the police and the second a contact in the precinct newspaper. And you have that final dot floating around.
Well, then I'm going to say 1 dot of influence isn't going to do a whole lot, so might as well put it into resources.
Could give you all some recognized names, if you want to be recognized by the mortal community.
I mean, my name is already recognized by some of the mortal community.
I'd rather not be recognized by the mortal community.
Too late.
I like being a puppeteer.
That all changed whenever you you owed the Toreador a boon.
Fuck.
Baby, you're hanging out with me. Your name's going to get out there.
Don't call me baby.
Too late. I know he just met you and it's crazy. But you did arrest him. Or prosecute him, rather.
Yes, this is hilarious to me how you owe me a favor.
You're like, well, this is awkward.
You might hold it over my head.
I do hold it over your head.
Remember that time whenever you forced me out into some sort of plea deal? Yeah. I suppose I should thank you, because, you changed my mortal life around. I'm no longer addicted to heroin, so that's a thing.
And now I'm dead.
Well, we do have another option we could do. We could pick up another ally. I don't know who that ally would be, but option.
The one thing I feel missing is something criminal.
Maybe not everyone in the party is interested in criminal activity, although you guys could certainly do that. Real estate is a legal means.
I actually like the idea of some sort of criminal enterprise. Specifically, someone who can either fence for us or get us illegal contraband goods.
Well, Evelyn O'Malley can certainly do illegal real estate stuff, but not the fencing.
Yeah, I'm talking more like, we're put in a situation where we have to raid some Sabbat safe house, and we end up with, 15 bricks of heroin.
I know what to do with those.
You could just interface with the Setites, and have some wheeling and dealing going on with them.
Yeah, right. I'd rather go with like the sane option.
Aaron, where do the Russians hang out in New York?
They hang out in Coney Island apparently.
So there's I mean, it's not necessarily like where all the Russians are, but Coney Island is predominantly controlled by Bourgeois Russians.
I was thinking if we could get an ally in the Russian mob.
That might be a stretch.
Go fuck yourself.
Just because I'm a Russophile does not... Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I'll shut up for a while now.
But yeah, more to the point, back in the 90s, the Russian mob wasn't nearly as big in New York as it is right now.
And I imagine all of the shenanigans that have happened with the Camarilla versus Sabbat have turned organized crime on its head, as they have new people to look after.
Funnily enough, that actually that fits what I know about organized crime in the 90s in New York City.
So, one more dot in resources then.
I guess.
You could also do
Though
influence. You could take domain security up to 4.
Let's do this democratically, because vampires don't do anything democratically.
I mean, I would really like a contact who either fences or sells illegal goods. I mean, I'd kind of like to be able to get, like, I don't know, like an Uzi if we want to, or something.
Yeah, that's where mine would go too.
I mean, as it stands right now, we don't have really any avenue of doing that unless we wanted to get in contact with, like, other vampires. That's my thought.
The story also doesn't look like the place that would have a lot of illegal fencing. I mean, I'm saying this with my limited knowledge of the place.
It's not. If we had a contact like that, it would probably be in a different part of the city.
You could always have it. You guys remember from VtM Bloodlines, Fat Larry?
Yeah, and I mean, that is actually a viable method of, organizing legal crime. Have it be mobile.
In that case, he can be some sort of person that you know then, who is like willing to give you all some deals about stuff, and maybe give you information about other sorts of deals going on through contacts of his own.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even necessarily be pushing for it to be someone we can get stuff from cheaply, just someone we can get illegal stuff from at all.
Yeah, in that case, he can be an independent contact you have, who, rather than tied directly to like the Giovanni or the Setites also do shipping of their own. So he can just be someone who knows some people that you know and you think you could reasonably trust.
That's pretty much all I wanted. Someone who I can get illegal arms in exchange for drugs or something. I don't know.
Answer me this. Fat Larry and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines could get you a hold of Kobe beef. Can we get a hold of Kobe beef? This is not important.
I actually found that offer incredibly tempting. If only I could eat food.
I don't know. All I remember about Fat Larry is if you played a female, he said, "Hey, baby girl," every time you called.
Hey, baby girl.
And that's spelled with an F-A-T, because I know I'm fat. I don't give a fuck, but all the ladies call me, oh god. I think the exact quote was, all the ladies call me oh god, but you can call me Fat Larry with an F-A-T, because I know I'm fat and I don't give a fuck.
I mean, that's legit.
Bloodlines was a fun game.
Yeah, it was.
I enjoyed Redemption more, but Bloodlines definitely had interest in it. Both the games were what introduced me to the VtM setting, and I did notice whenever I read the core book how closely similar the Redemption instruction manual was to the VtM core book.
Yeah, Redemption was a lot closer system-wise than Bloodlines was. And actually, Redemption is set in the Dark Ages era from the Vampire Dark Ages line.
Right, and then it transitions into the modern one. It's just the only major drawback to that game is, of course, the love story. That it's a pretty hard sell.
He knew her for like a day.
I mean, I guess if the woman I'd known for a day had like several points of true faith, I might be sold on her too.
Fuck
What I
that.
liked about Redemption and Bloodlines is that they both show two different sides of VTM. There's a side that thinks the Sabbat is just mindless dogs that just attack and the Masquerade and all that stuff. And there's the other side that says, no, the Sabbat is trying to save all the vampires from the antediluvians.
Right. The whole redemption thing doesn't engage in like the sect politics so much, well, because the Dark Ages, the Camarilla and Savat weren't even around then, and then Kristoff had like a long nap. Bloodlines really gets involved into the whole politics between the Anarchs and the Camarilla and the Savat.
Yeah, they both show a different side of the picture, and you really learn a lot about the setting from both of them.
That being said, I remember the first time I played a VTM Redemption, I had to restart the game. With my first experience points that I'd ever got as a human completing the mine, I was like, putting all these points into Faith seems like a good idea. It turned into a vampire, all the experience was just wasted. I was like, God damn it. And that was back before the update, when whenever you could save whenever you wanted to. I had to backtrack all the way to the goddamn Ankh in the church in order to save. Like, fuck.
Because fuck you, that's why.
So we're going to need a contact in some sort of a legal organization of some sort.
It doesn't even necessarily need to be an organization.
Yeah, it just could be a person.
Okay, because I have it listed down as, quote, Fat Larry, quote, unquote, gunrunner.
That works. It's just like someone, like an independent person who knows of you. And if you come to him, like, if you contact him and request, like, something, he could feasibly get you that something.
It's in the chat. That's what I have listed down. Tell me if there's anyone sees anything wrong.
That's all the stuff that I wrote down.
I was more asking if Rip or Sean or Aaron had any
Looks
problems with that.
Right.
Fine by me.
Well, there's
Where did
our...
you say it was? I'm not seeing it. Is it a link?
It's in the TeamSpeak chat. If you look down at the tabs at the bottom of the TeamSpeak window, you have the server tab, and then you have the name of this channel.
Yeah. I was in the Voltorn Army tab, and I was just being derpy.
Yeah. The only one who can type in the server tab is server administrators like me.
Yeah, I just forgot which tab I was in. I didn't see him down there.
It's fine. It's the one with the star. Jeff, we're going to the Harbog Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I have listed down. So we have, as a collective coterie, we have an ally in the precinct chief of Astoria. He might be bloodbound to one of us. I don't know. We'll figure that out later.
Or have a mild to moderate bind to all of us.
So yeah, perhaps not that so much, but you could perhaps say that he knows of you all as kindred, and due to mortal relationships earlier in life, he is willing to go along with it, so long as you help keep Astoria, say crime-free. Help him rather. In return, he helps you with stuff.
Could also be getting older and hoping for something.
Perhaps. Could be it too. Perhaps he recognizes his mortality, and him being a good, upstanding citizen for so many years, perhaps he's hoping that, maybe there's something more waiting for him.
He gonna get the bite.
I mean, if you all want to sire him as an unsanctioned child,
Not it.
To whom can we go for sanctioning at the current moment?
your best hope would be asking the sheriff. But he's a pretty hard ass on the traditions and the edicts that the Prince Pro Tempore left behind. And Calderos said, no. None.
The reason they want to sire him in the first place.
Right.
Then we have 4 resource dots, so if we all take one out, then we all effectively have 1 more resource, so we all can exist decently fine. You have that girl, or we have the financial assistant who's
Right, your real estate manager.
Yep. And then we have our 3 contacts with the local police, a gun runner of some kind, and the local newspaper.
Sounds good, and that definitely would explain how you all have retained your domain security. Now I'm just curious as to why all of your characters would be interested in the real estate business. The Ventruse is pretty self-explanatory.
I keep my hand out of it. In character, my character would probably not actually take any of the money from this because he gets money from his job.
So in that case, then, explanation then of why all of your characters have contributed to this pool resource total is a part of the whole thing of, like, sticking together for survival? Like, what are all of you getting out of what you've just decided you're getting?
Money and security within a domain. And information and places to trade off found objects.
Or maybe get some found objects yourself.
Well, I mean, people are finding things all the time.
Yeah.
Things fall off the truck all the time.
That's what the Giovanni say.
Yeah, that pretty much goes for Byron as well. I mean, not so much the found items, but definitely the security and pooling of resources.
I do like the found items. I must admit my character would probably make use of that.
And Sean, how about you?
Yeah, it's the security. It's the chance to move up too. By himself, Joseph has really very little chance to go upwards in kindred society.
Okay.
I mean, having a real territory is a big deal.
Yeah. Now, I imagine, Sean, your character is leaving the management of his church to his retainers who oversee the place?
Yes, I actually have that in my bio.
I imagine this is like an abandoned church that caters to, like, low economic people, perhaps like the Asian community?
Not abandoned. It's actually a legitimate church. He's actually still legitimately. He's young enough that he still
He could pass.
Yeah, so he passes for human. He's obviously not too well, but he passes himself off as actually still being a priest.
Okay. Is it just like some sort of like non-denominational thing?
Yeah, non-denominational. I actually have a little bit more in my bio, but the main point of it for him is that inside the church is essentially a cult of personality that he controls too.
Okay. That's fine. And while your character is busy attending to fairs and, like, say, Astoria, or perhaps the city as a whole, whatever he pursues, the retainers are skilled enough. And I suppose I'll talk to you more about that, about what you're thinking for the retainer stuff. I'm going to go close the blinds of my house, so go ahead and take another 5-minute break, guys. Close it down for nighttime. Suppose you can stay here and chat, too. It's not a big deal. I'm going to turn the recording off, though, so it doesn't record 5 minutes of silence.
I wonder what...
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
You were totally silent the whole time.
I don't believe you. I heard you talking from my headset upon my approach.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
That was just the voice in my head.
Yeah, that was just the voices in his head.
Listen,
into your head.
Nosferatu, your head couldn't even remotely fit in around my headset. You shut up.
Saying I have a fat head?
I'm saying your head is fucked up. Alright, so you all have gotten a semblance of, your beginnings in regards to the struggle for power between the Camarilla and Sabat. I gave you all a history dump as well of, how Camarilla interest began to intrude within New York City anyway, with Prince Michaela's arrival during the Great Depression and her subsequent buying of corporate stock at deflated prices, reviewed the current political situation of sorts, discussed how you all have pulled together your background dots and the basis by which you have. Uh, although I suppose since your anchor is domain, that having that illicit fence contact or gun buyer or gun runner or whatever is okay. And it's all justification to help you in your business and help you manage it. And help you live safely. Yay. I imagine
Yay.
most of you, except for probably Sean's character, end up making your haven somewhere within Historia.
I'm probably going to, yeah.
I will as well.
Yep.
Actually, let me look up and see if there are any abandoned subway stations in Astoria. You can sometimes still get into those. It would actually make a great place for a haven for a Nosferatu. Because they tend to be swank on the inside.
Okay. Let's see. I suppose I didn't finish covering the political situation fully. I only ended up mentioning one of the three harpies before we went off to something else. Let's see. I talked about Thomas Arturo. Let me cycle through my notes here. Okay. The second of three harpies is a woman who goes by the name of Helen Panhard, and or Helene, depends on her fucking mood. I'll go ahead and spell that out for you in the chat. She pans so hard, guys, you don't even know. She's actually a Ventru. She was embraced by Prince Michaela, and it was treated by what you can assume is such the same attitude of her being cannon fodder. And rather than Thomas Arturo, who's gotten his acknowledgement and recognition through ability, she's gotten hers through. She's made some contributions during the war effort, of course, but she's rather plain looking, and she has slightly more of the weight. Like she looks like some sort of matronly character. Her influence, though, primarily comes from the fact that of her sire and the credit afforded to Ventru, and she's also you don't know all the folks who are campaigning for Prince, but she is definitely someone whom even you as neonates know is immensely interested in becoming the next Prince of New York City.
Okay.
She, as for her whole political attitude thing, she's some sort of like a divide in that, she has like a policy of reconstruction. She wants to give like a whole semblance of expand beyond the normal conservative horizons of the Ventru shit, removing some of the restrictions or at least relaxing them. She wants to allow kindred to build domains and become stable. And stuff like that. Just some sort of minor information that you all would know, not paying too much attention to the political scene. But her
Right.
name is definitely recognizable as someone who wishes to become the next prince of New York City. She is one of the harpies. The third guy, an interesting enough character, is actually someone who only goes by the name of Maz. And he has a little bit of an interesting mystique surrounding him in that he's known by the mortal, the kind media in the tabloids and society pages. They've created a mystique around him as the genteel gentleman boss. He's recognized to be in like a crime of like a part of organized crime, but he's a respectable person who doesn't engage in horrible affairs. You
Just
know,
deadly ones.
yeah, people know that he's a criminal, but no one's ever been found overdosed or cut up in his wake. He's actually one of New York's highest profile kindred, and it's through like a peaceful situation. And even the paparazzi follow him around at times whenever bigger celebrities can't be found. He's a quaint, old-style gangster, and he's made his own way in the city. He maintains numbers and protection rackets. And he's just not that bad sort of all. I mean, he's a respectable guy, and he might beat up someone who's doesn't give him the proper respect or holds out on him, but he's no murderous drug fiend. Local press recognizes him as a little bit of eccentric. He has like some sort of rough sex fetish that leaves his partners bruised, bloodied, and a little woozy. He's a vampire. But he's actually he carries a lot of respect upon among the neonates as well. I mean, he's earned his reputation through charisma rather than skullduggery, and his opinion carries a considerable amount of weight. And his clan is not known, but he carries around an old revolver that he has, and he seems to be a little out of touch with modern society. But it comes across as eccentric rather than, weird.
I see.
And those are the three harpies in New York City.
And they wouldn't react well to me just walking up to them in the middle of Elysium and offering them bricks of heroin.
Probably not. You gotta be more subtle about these things, man.
Right, so more winking and nudging?
As horrifying as that might look coming from you.
Yeah, just
I
flash
think
those pearly whites.
Yep, all 59 of them.
I think it might be in your best interest if you're going to try to bribe one of them to bribe either the Toreador or the Venture to bribe them.
And of course, there's a character that I told you about that you also already know as a Toreador, Kadir al-Asmai, the sheriff, who is a hard ass whenever it comes to the traditions. And it's a really big deal for him. It's a major responsibility. You don't exactly know where his domain is, and certainly not his haven, but he is still recognized by many kindred as the reigning sheriff, and there's a lot of respect afforded to him courtesy of his position. People don't like him so much as, just give a healthy respect and perhaps distance.
And fear.
Byron.
I see. Okay, so I was jotting this down. So
That's fine.
okay,
I was making a
good
joke.
to know. It's going to be a fun meet with him if it ever comes up.
You have, of course, Theo Bell. He doesn't live in the city. His responsibilities carry him too far. He's not permanently based here. He manages to stop by as like a temporary overview, perhaps try to track down Sabbat resistance elements on his own. But he's got a lot of busy work. Of course, he's an Archon, and a very prominent one and respected and feared by both Sabbat and Anarchs. He's been known for perhaps, say, Sabbat pack comes back to its haven or lair or what have you, and he's just sitting there in the chair watching reruns of Miami Vice, polishing his shotgun.
Huh.
Yeah.
As I said before, I like this man.
And then it turns out he was your sire all along.
He's
My
Bruja.
sire was female.
Yeah. His sire probably wasn't a tall, handsome-looking black man
Like hell
One
he
c-
wasn't.
with a
One
breathe
can
right strip.
dream.
Well, that might be more Byron's department to dream about that than Marcus's.
Yeah, no
But
comment.
yeah. My character has probably talked to Theo, and he knows of him. So there's that.
I mean, you haven't you haven't conversed with him since that week. But
Yeah, and I was kind of shell shocked.
you certainly did serve, and he certainly knows of you. It's a thing. It transpired. But yeah, for your particular taste of Crip, for the purposes of your character, if if uh if Theo Bell were a female, he would be handsome enough that you'd want to bed. But as a male, he's just out of your desired range.
Gotcha.
I don't know if he's that hot.
He only has an appearance of 4 here.
Right, but I told Grimith, I'll just tell y'all, it's cute girls, appearance 4+, but if the guy is really hot 5, Byron will make an exception. He ain't that picky.
Byron will make an exception for an Archon.
He's not that picky. So girls with 4 appearance or higher. Right.
I actually tried for 3, but Grimith wasn't buying what I was selling, so I had to go for 4.
Nope. He's like, but 3 is above average. Like, you're a venture. You don't want above average. You want excellent.
Magnificent.
Stupendous.
Glorious.
Alright, that's that. Of course, I told you all about the Tremere and their domains, the Giovanni's unofficial control of JFK. Suppose I'll open the floor. Do any of you have questions for me?
You said that JFK is controlled by the Giovanni. So who controls LaGuardia?
There is no, the Giovanni to focus their interest on JFK, it being the most prominent airport by a long shot. There's no official or unofficial control of LaGuardia. There are contacts, of course, import-export, customs officials of that nature, but it's not the unrecognized domain of anyone.
So that might be a good place to aim for expansion.
You can certainly try for it, yeah.
Hypothetically. Hypothetically.
I don't expect you to get into it, but the Chinatowns, are there kindred controlled, or are there Quajian that we know of to worry about?
I would say all of the various little sub-districts and neighborhoods in Manhattan are controlled by one kindred or another. Whether it ends up being smaller neonates who've managed to get there before you have just somehow wormed their way into it, or just an overarching sweeping guy such as Thomas Arturo and him claiming all of Greenwich Village. Of course, your right to claim a domain is only recognized so much as your ability to defend said domain, especially with the lack of prince, but that would apply even if there were a prince right now. And you could say the same is true probably for all of the little communities spread around. Flushing would be an example where no one's like immediately competing for like total control over it. As I mentioned, there are like say a few independent Assamites who make their wares there as well as a few Asian Malkavians. But like I said, it's just a bunch of, with over 200 plus kindred in the city, it's just a sprinkling of neonates all around.
Okay.
So,
I haven't created every individual kindred, and I haven't placed them all in the entirety of the 5 boroughs, so I can't.
right. Is there anywhere in particular that there is an unexpectedly weak individual in control of an unexpectedly choice domain that's managed to keep it in all this time since the battle for New York?
Not exactly to your knowledge, no. By this point, it's been a year and some change. Anyone who couldn't really hold his domain would be someone who would have been forced out. Certainly all the in Chile who are established in Manhattan are capable of holding their own in that regard. And the neonates themselves are too numerous and too many and spread all across the entire city. It's possible they are fighting amongst themselves for control of various areas. But none of them who has like a vast domain that you recognize would come to mind for you now.
Makes sense to me.
I know this usually isn't the realm of Vampire the Masquerade games because in Old World of Darkness they usually kept the lines separate. Mages played mage, werewolves sometimes messed with vampires, but usually not. I'm just gonna ask this out there. Is there at all a possibility that we could see any of these things?
Well, like a werewolf or a mage?
Yes, I mean we wouldn't know it from just seeing it, but in game is it entirely a possibility of seeing a werewolf or a mage?
The former is definitely more possible than the latter. Considering how rare mages are, I would give you the distinct of almost certainly not. And if you ever did, I'm pretty sure that you would want to immediately redact that and say, no, no, we didn't.
Have you ever seen the lake in Central Park under a full moon at night? I think you should take a walk there. You might find something.
No lupines live there.
That's what I heard.
Right. Wink.
Okay, so I should definitely not expect to see mages. If I do, run the other way.
Well, the
And
same is true of werewolves, like the run the other way part.
yeah, I'm just saying I'm more likely to see a werewolf, and if I see either of them, I should shit my pants and run.
Yeah, pretty much.
It, it, werewolves usually are kind enough, I guess you could say, to not venture too much into urban settings. That's not to say that they wouldn't give you damn pursuit if they were really that damn concerned about hunting your ass down.
The Glasswalkers do.
Yeah. Like if you pop in at Central Park and they notice you, they might not stop at the outskirt between like right at the edge of the park and just like howl at you. They might go after you all the way.
Especially if they're Glasswalkers.
But all those rumors about Central Park may be entirely unfounded. Lupines might be somewhere else. They might be in the sewers. They might not be anywhere.
They might just be walking on the street.
They have obfuscate, right?
Well, no, but I mean, all of them can take a perfectly human form.
Very
As far
true.
as we know.
I mean, in the Werewolf the Apocalypse line, all of them had 5 forms. The hybrid war form, the fully wolf form, the fully human form, the man-wolf, and the wolf-man.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's like 5 different pairs of clothes, man.
pretty much. But the Glasswalkers are the urban ones. They're the ones that tend to be familiar with technology, tend to walk city streets, and the ones that you'd be afraid to run into in New York City.
Speaking of that, reminded me, I didn't finish describing all the stuff I had for you in regards to Staten Island.
Fuck yes.
Again, we get distracted. Of course, I told you all about Boss Callahan, the Overconcager. He has an enforcer of his own which all of you only know as Duke Wily, and I'll spell that, or the Wily Fist. Beyond that, none of you know anything more other than that he's such an enforcer and protector of Boss Callahan, as it were, that it, he could very well be a significant threat to New York City politics as a whole. He's certainly
So does he like?
clamoring for more.
So he like punches people?
He's a vampire that's not really well known by anyone. Only that he is currently residing on Staten Island.
With all the anarch.
Yep. And that he does things for Boss Callahan.
He does things.
Things is always bad.
Yes.
Especially, and of course, I told you all about the Staten Island ferry thing. As a recap for that, our anarchs claim total domain and control over the Staten Island ferry. Any kindred who rides without their express permission. Well, there was a Malkavian elder who tried, and he got staked and sent back to the prince in the torpor. But of course, due to the time things and how the Staten Island ferry stops at 7:30 p.m., during half of the year, it's still daylight, so no kindred can really ride on it anyway. There's a museum on Staten Island, Garibaldi Mucci Museum, I believe, is how it's pronounced, that has been declared Anarch Elysium. It means that any Anarch can enjoy all the benefits of Elysium while there, but any non-Anarch, no. Does not count as Elysium for you. You cannot has. And that's a known place. And there's also La Tourette Park, which is where Anarchs go to blow off steam through impromptu rallies, massive brawls, and sweet, sweet parties. A pack of Anarchs even brought down a lupine there once, and the head is rumored to be on display somewhere in the area.
Fight Club?
What's a fight club?
Wait, what year did Fight Club come out?
Not
Well, there's always
98.
the book. I mean, they're intellectual Anarchs, right?
Yeah, this is a year before the movie came out. And the book had a somewhat different emphasis than the movie.
Right, I know. So yeah, the pack of Anarchs took down a lupine, are so, ballsy and awesome enough to put that damn head on display somewhere where all the other Anarch kindred can see it.
'Cause fuck it.
Cause fuck it. That's why all the lupines moved to Central Park. They're afraid of the Anarchs.
Oh yeah, totally. For sure.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in Bloodlines, it was kind of awesome that one anarch guy killed that lupine.
Who, Nines Rodriguez?
Let's say
Yeah, nice.
he was pretty he was pretty worse for wear.
Yeah, he was pretty jacked up.
I mean, and he's gonna need to feed for a couple of days, but he killed the werewolf in war form.
Single-handedly.
I mean, that's something that even many elders can't accomplish. At least for like the experienced werewolves.
Dude's a bad motherfucker.
And he's not even that old. I think he said in the game he was embraced in the 30s.
Well, that doesn't necessarily determine generation. You could have a Methuselah who just embraced someone in the 90s. And they might not be that particularly skilled, but they'd have the weight of blood behind them.
True.
That doesn't necessarily give you a lot of points and disciplines, though.
Well, I imagine you wouldn't be embracing willy-nilly. You would, if you were a Methuselah and you're still embracing, you'd probably pick someone particularly adept at something.
True that.
Nope, willy-nilly. Trial and error.
Unless Jordan there is hoping, maybe I can get a do-over and we can find that Tzimisce, who is 4 or 5 generations from Cain himself, and maybe see if we can do something about him. I'm sure
Delicious.
if the Toreador there imbibed that old Vita, he might jump up a few generations.
Delicious.
From what I know of everyone's generations here, I am the only one who's at 13.
You're not the only one.
Well, I didn't know Sean's. I don't know what generation everyone else is at, but I'm at 13.
Yeah, I'm intentionally keeping it vague because it's never a good idea for people to know your specific generation because
Right.
then you become a target for diablerie or for domination.
Yep. Particularly the latter.
But yeah, if that Tzimisce Elder wants to come back and have a rematch, I'm probably going to be running really fast the other way.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. He could probably catch you if he really wanted to.
Well, shit.
He does have a sweet bicycle.
We're just
Oh,
about to mention that.
God.
Celerity's not even remotely like a Tzimisce discipline. I'm like, I'm giving him 9 ranks, and it fuck it.
Run from Doom Bike. He'll just hop off last minute and let it hit you at Mach 7.
He's used Vicitude to, like, turn a Vosd into a bicycle that he's riding.
Oh, God.
Or however the hell that's pronounced, V-O-Z-H-D, or whatever.
I'm not sure.
Vosd
What
or
word?
Vosd. It's like some sort of super ghoul that the Tzimisce can make that's like an amalgamation of different ghouls. It's like some sort of war beast they use.
I'm thinking that I will definitely go with an abandoned subway station for my haven.
Okay.
Obviously refitted and given some basic furnishings.
And that's underneath Astoria?
Yep, and it would probably look something like a mix between, let's see, between this subway station, which is below Manhattan, and this subway station that is in Brooklyn. So, somewhere between that.
So it's gonna have a lot of skylights?
Somewhere between that.
It's gonna have direct access to the sun, right?
Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, that's why I picked it. You have to, tread very carefully within it.
It's like, yeah, I just put a bunch of heavy black drapes up there. Oh, you mean this thing that I'm about to set on fire? No!
Yeah, no, I would have picked one that is mostly underground, and the portion that's actually fortified as my sanctum itself would be that portion.
Okay.
And obviously I'd try to make it so that it was definitely still connected to subway tunnels, even if they're abandoned, so I can bug the fuck out if I need to.
You've, like, commissioned the Prince Pro Tempor's charioteer. Carry me away!
Yeah, motherfucker!
5 hours later, I've reached Roosevelt Island!
Yeah, I'm just slowly riding a giant alligator on land.
You Sabat find your haven, they raid it, like, where the fuck is he? I'm like, let's just wait for him. 19 hours later, I have returned to my haven. They're like all asleep.
But yeah, I'm thinking I'm thinking that it would basically use those sort of basic steel heavy doors. You know the kind I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I would have those both on the street entrance and on the subway tunnel entrances.
That's fine.
And I'm thinking I would have, like, those hand carts that you can go down, like, rails on? I'm
Yeah.
wondering if it would be possible to have one of those.
I
If
mean,
not, I'll try to acquire it in game. That's fine.
I suppose we could go with over the past few months, like as you've been setting up this haven after you've all have gained such control over Astoria. You like go to Fat Larry. Can I get a? He's like, well,
I mean, just in case.
okay.
The Zamitsi Vajd, I think that's how it's pronounced, it actually has some weird connotations. It's a Russian word meaning to lead.
Here we go. Okay, Vajd. I was like saying Vosed. I didn't know how to pronounce the damn thing. I just knew it was a magnificent creature.
It kind of is.
That's why I said the Zamitsi turning it using vicissitude into like a bicycle.
Yeah, that's horrifying for an entirely different reason because uh, how do the wheels spin?
Well, some say vicissitude is a disease.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have enough time to study it to find out. And of course, his favorite attack method is like he catches up to you, and as you like turn around to look at him, he just suddenly dematerializes into the ground while on his bicycle, and both of them reappear behind you.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Like, what the fuck? You can't do that shit. That's cheating, carrying your bike with you.
Honestly, I'm kind of picturing him just riding past people at Mach 1 and letting, the compressed air from the sonic boom impact people.
You do. He'd always just like do like some sort of drive-by where he sticks out like a feral claw as he rides past.
Snicked.
How the Camarilla lost New York City.
Drive-by clawings.
On a bicycle. The only thing you hear before it happens is ding ding, and even then only with auspex.
We're way off topic again.
I think Grimith is writing this all down, so we should be prepared.
I have it on recording, so if I need to reference it in the future, I'm good.
Good times. Good times.
Fresh material.
Guys, that was supposed to be for us, not Grimith.
Yeah. Any more questions about the setting, or like any further thoughts that you have with your fellow characters about maybe you all will have a goal. The goal is to find a Zamitsi who can make that kind of bicycle and contract them.
No, it should be to find one of the antediluvians that can ride this bicycle we built.
Well, they might be
Obviously, we'll be
around.
battling the Sabbat the whole way because we're trying to wake it up.
Right. And coming at the end times and all that jazz, not a big deal. I don't.
Right, I mean, ultimately we would have judged that the end times are less important than getting this bicycle ridden.
I mean, it's possible you can get in contact with someone. There might be an independent Zamitsi around the city who's is like a recluse, doesn't give a damn about sect politics, but he's here for some specific reason of his own.
But yeah, you know my goals, right?
Right.
More or less.
That's why you want to find a Zamitsi who can somehow fix you.
Oh yeah, totally. That's actually, I forget if it said anywhere whether or not Nosferatu modified by vicissitude.
They're not the physical appearances. Anything that makes them look better, their features automatically reset.
Wow, that's badass.
And like it fascinates the Zamitsi. Like, observe how the flesh just within the day rest, it just goes back to its natural form. You basically have to find someone who's so powerful, or some special caitiff that the elders fear, who could somehow change the curse weakness that you have, and then get a Zamitsi who can fix you.
That reminds me, what's with the caitiff? Or unwind? Well, guys that don't have a clan, how's that work?
Well, some of those folks who don't have a clan were probably, in New York City in particular, raised for the purposes of being cannon fodder, but their sires abandoned them, and they lost their way. And of course, caitiff is most prominent once you get below the 13th generation. 14th generation, there are folks who just don't have any recognized clan ties, and it's even worse for 15th generation.
So does that mean that a Nosferatu could somehow become a caitiff?
Um, you can have a situation whenever he's first embraced, yeah. Like if a 13th gen embraced a human and made him a 14th gen, you could have a Nosferatu caitiff who has no ties to the clan disciplines.
Okay, fair enough. That's mostly what I was wondering.
The 14th gen he'd still be horrendously appeared.
Yeah, no, totally. That's quite a consolation prize.
Oh, should we send you our finalized character sheets, Grim?
You can do that. Just whenever you've finally removed all the points, if you have some minor shift that you guys want to make, you can do that today or you can do that tomorrow. I just would like them sometime by the end of this weekend so that I can consult them, and if you guys made any errors, I can point you out on that, but otherwise it'll be like a working sheet that I can go by to make things. I don't know exactly how to make appropriate challenges for the Vampire the Masquerade rule set. I've been trying to immerse myself so much in creating a story that I've been neglecting reviewing my combat mechanics, what have you. Query here. So I know that there's a movement speed. I know that it's like 7. Is there like a way by which in VtM combat initiative is determined? Like is it like 1d10 plus dexterity, or is there no
Oh,
initiative?
I forget. I know how it's determined in New World of Darkness. Let me check to see how it's determined here. I can't remember if it's the way it's done in Exalted or not.
Okay.
It's 1d10 plus something. I just don't know what that something is.
I just figured that it would have been dexterity.
Yeah, I remember reading it was, I believe it is dexterity. There was so many exceptions, like if you tie, then you go by this, if you do that. But yeah, I think that's what it is.
Dexterity plus wits.
Okay.
Okay.
You roll 1d10 and add dexterity plus wits.
Wit makes sense in that situation. I can agree with that.
Yeah. And I forget if this is a rule in... Yeah. You declare in reverse order of your initiative.
Right. The person who rolls the highest is actually the one who goes first because his shit is actually determined last.
Right, he goes first but declares last. Which is a cool way of doing it.
Yeah, I like the rationale is that they figure each person that acts faster can react to whatever the other person is doing. So
Exactly.
I like
That and it gives the faster vampires additional advantage. Like one unfortunate consequence of like say some rule sets is that sure you rolled the highest number and you get to go first, but then the other people get to see how you react and blah blah blah.
Exactly.
It's probably going to take me some time to get used to this, and Aaron's going to have to knock me upside the head with a newspaper. No, bad storyteller.
Don't you do it again.
4 minutes later, God damn it, I said no.
I'm getting the squirt bottle.
Yep. Uh, 14th and 15th gen are definitely bad. I know you can't use all of your blood pool normally. And you
Yeah,
can
it's
only use
messed
so
up.
many points. And 15th generation, sunlight only deals lethal damage to you. I know you're allowed to hold down like mortal food and drink for like at least an hour. And according to like the flaw in the book, you could actually have a situation where you can mate with a human being and have a child.
Yeah, messed up, right?
Yep. And there are reported, whether these are exaggerated incidents or not, are like of caitiff actually having special powers, which is definitely a great way to scare the elders. But those are few and far between.
I mean, this city does have a scourge, right?
At least one. That's definitely confirmed.
And according to I think the traditions, the Scourge's job is to eliminate thin bloods.
Yep.
He's there to call people. Whether he has any other ulterior motives or purposes that the prince charged him with, you wouldn't know, but yeah. Thankfully, none of you are, well, at least none of you know that anyone else in this party is a caitiff. So that's a thing.
Yeah, I'm totally not a caitiff, guys.
The
You mean
clanless Nosferatu.
Don't look at me like that.
I don't want to look at you.
Don't look at me!
Oh. But I mean, 15th generation seems like the pro strat. I mean, sunlight only deals lethal damage to you, man. You can soak that without fortitude.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it costs you, you have to expend 2 blood points in order to achieve the effect that a normal vampire would achieve with 1. You can't create or sustain ghouls, create a blood pond, or sire a vampiric child.
And can't you only use up to like 4 of your blood points too? Because like 6 of them are required to keep you alive or something like that.
You can only use 6 of them for a discipline's healing or a raising yourself.
But you can still use them to boost your actions and stuff.
Yeah. You're going to use the remaining 4 for surviving through the day and waking up each night, nothing else. And no discipline above 3 dots. So you're like, come on! You're like as a 15th generation, I mean, you have nowhere to go from up, so you're like Diablerizing 14th generations. 13th gen.
Moving on up in the world.
And well, you figure if sunlight is only lethal damage, you might be able to dart through and find get to their during the day, sneak up on them or something.
Yeah. Could happen.
Could be the ultimate coup. A 15th generation caitiff diablerizes an antediluvian.
I'd play that game.
Yeah.
Well, they say that antediluvian can't die unless he actually wants to, unless he's killed by someone of equal generation, or better.
I forget what the canon ending for that Ravnos guy was.
I think he died and all the Ravnos went crazy.
Yeah,
Oh, he did die, and almost all the Ravnos died too. I just forget how he got killed.
I don't remember either. Just, I do know, whenever I was reading through details, that hasn't happened yet either. If it ever does. Just,
I think it was one of the deities that, it turns out hunters get their powers from, punched him into the dirt.
Oh! Yes! That reminds me.
Oh dear.
Hunters?
Well, you might understand that, the Society of Leopold has a more extensive interest in the city given, everything that has transpired over the past year. They're, not that you would know any of their names, but, it's rumored that, there's increased hunter activity still within the city, even after this past year and some change.
Of course there is. So tell me, does mustard gas affect vampires?
Mustard gas operates on the process of you actually respirating, right?
Kind of. It gets into the mucous membranes, and it basically turns any water in your body into hydrochloric acid. At least any water that's accessible in your
Well, that
body.
answers the question. You have no mucous membranes because you have no mucus. It's all blood. All of your bodily fluids have been replaced by blood, remember?
Fair enough. But I mean, as long as I kept my mouth closed, and as long as I don't produce, like, tears, then I guess there wouldn't be any vector for it to enter into the vampire body.
I mean, I imagine your tear ducts are still there. It's just...
If there's no water for the hydrochloric acid to dissolve into, though.
Right. Well, your body still has, I know, it still retains water. It mentions, like, whenever you go into torpor, how, after you run out of blood, the soul is trying to sustain itself by dragging water into itself. That's why your body atrophies so much.
Right, I'm just wondering if there's still wetness inside of the mouth and on the eyes.
I, I imagine that I don't know. Hopefully you'll never be attacked by a mustard gas.
Well, it's not that hard to make.
I said hopefully you'll never get attacked by mustard gas. It's not that hard to make.
Oh,
Your
right,
character's
me
experienced
getting
with it.
attacked by mustard gas. Oh, I see.
I mean, if you want to complicate things, and I'll just set your haven on fire.
There's a way to do this. The Nosferatu's making mustard gas. Byron happens on in. Things take the natural course.
Byron, does this burn when you breathe it? Go ahead, just
It's
take a big whiff.
it's like like Byron, being innocent. I'm sure the mustard gas will be able to respirate better if some sunlight came in. No, don't.
He's not all that innocent. I'm just saying, I mean,
I
he's got a
know.
mix of 4 dots. It's not horrible. So
It's hard to pull a fast one over him, but if you appeal to his intellectually lazy side,
there you go. I mean, if it requires reading a book, he ain't gonna know it.
Hey Byron, you want to read in this book to see if breathing mustard gas is bad, or you just want to breathe this mustard gas?
Give it to the accountant. I'll get back to her.
give it to the accountant. Suddenly, you've noticed a distinct drop in your resources pool.
Well, let's see. Even if mustard gas does affect us, I assume chlorine gas wouldn't. And that's just ammonia and bleach.
How many dots in science does your character have?
Not enough.
Well, why are
Exactly.
these things becoming pertinent for you now, Aaron?
Oh, because you mentioned the Cecil Leopold.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. Just throwing that out there that there is activity in the city. That's all.
Right.
I'm just visualizing Nosferatu with a bunch of canisters strapped to his chest, just running in there in the middle of Society Leopold and just setting them all off at once.
Perhaps it's just more a means of him trying to protect his haven.
That too. Basically, I'm trying to think of chemical and biological weapons that'll work against mortals but won't poison me. Nor will risk me poisoning the people I feed from. Like, I don't want
Howling gas will do it. I mean, just suck the oxygen right out. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could just use helium. But, yeah, basically I'm trying to think of, Geneva-banned chemical weapons that I can use that won't harm my vampire.
Hey, Fat Larry.
Fat Larry, can we get a list of stuff that the Geneva Convention would make us war criminals for?
Yup.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need at least 3 barrels of neurotoxin and sarin gas.
Yeah, that's probably something we don't want as a residue on our skin when dealing with our prey.
Take a bath, bro.
I don't think there's enough bath.
I love that. I don't think there's enough bath.
Well, I did find the second edition mentioned mustard gas is doing damage to vampires.
Motherfuck.
Well, there we go. We'll work off that. Do you know whether it mentioned lethal damage or like aggravated damage?
Well, I guess I could always go with chlorine gas, something that's toxic but not caustic. Boo.
I mean, I don't. Excuse me.
Not sure how relevant. It's just but something.
I mean, I don't know anything about being a vampire and the pain I'd be exposed to, which is why I'm operating off the cuff here.
I thought there was something in the 20th Edition book that talked about poisons and gases and stuff.
There might be. I don't remember the page. What sort of weapons am I going to be seeing from you people?
I've got a Heckcoke 9mm, I think, is what I got from our guy.
Okay.
Would it be possible for him to still have the pistol that was issued by the police?
Well, whenever you became an assistant district attorney, don't they take that shit back?
Oh, that's true. It wouldn't be my personal property. And
There's nothing in the 20th anniversary edition about gases, but there's something about diseases, which I guess you could sort of say those are like
well,
gases.
there's also something about poison. It says that few have any real effect on the undead, and most inflict a fixed maximum amount of damage before wearing off, and that the vampire may purge the blood. Oh, it's about poisoned blood.
Yeah,
So I guess go ahead.
that section is most about ingestion. It doesn't really mention anything about contacts.
Well, I mean, the flesh is dead. It doesn't really absorb things anymore for the most part. I guess as long as I'm not pretending to need to breathe, most of these poisons wouldn't really matter.
Could still be very irritable, though.
Maybe. So, note to self, get goggles.
On the subject of weapons, I don't suppose it would be possible for my guy to have a really nice... No. I was about to say, could it be possible that he brought his M16 back from Vietnam? I already know the answer is no. It's just a joke.
I'd have to say that's less possible than Nosferatu somehow keeping his police issue gun.
Yeah, but I think I probably have a handgun.
Yeah. I'm sure the Vietnam protesters were, standing outside, welcoming in quotes the armed forces back home would have totally been cool with that. Just show up out of the plane with the M16.
So I'd probably just have a handgun that I purchased or was acquired at some point.
Well, really, anything other than a shotgun, for the most part, uh, isn't an anti-vampire weapon. It's an anti-mortal weapon.
Right, but I was just going to say, the only thing that's really illegal about an assault rifle is the lower, and you could probably take that apart and ship it in small packages, kind of like the guy with the Jeep in MASH, and no one really miss it.
Yes, because, the military just totally let the soldiers take home the M16s all the time.
A lot of people died. A lot of people died. Take that person's gun in the muck. They're not going to miss it.
Yeah, a lot of guns appeared during the Vietnam War.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my guy doesn't have an M16 though. He may have been given one by the Camarilla during the 7-Day War, but that was probably taken away.
That reminds me. I think that all probably have some type of cheap serial numbers filed off throwaway pistol.
Okay.
Some kind of 9mm or something. Something that I can get rid of without too big of an issue that can't really be traced back to me, save by fingerprints if I leave some on it.
Man, for this, former police officer, assistant district attorney, you're kind of a dick when it comes to these things.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a thing.
And a double-barrel shotgun.
Oh yeah, I think my character would also have a knife, but that's rather easy to get a hold of.
Yeah, I had a question about knives. None of them were able to be fit in a pocket, but they don't have like butterfly knives or switchblades or anything. So I don't know how that would work though.
They make all kinds of holsters for knives.
Yeah, but what I mean is where you can hold them, it only fits in a jacket. You can't put them in a pocket. If you look at the list, the smallest one only fits in a jacket. Meanwhile, the 9mm will fit in a pocket, which I guess for a compact makes sense if it's, I don't know.
I, that'd have to be a big pocket.
I
Yeah,
think
I'm just telling you what the list says. I mean, you can fit a 9mm in a pocket, but it's not going to be that concealed. I mean, you can, maybe they're thinking that you'd have, a waist holster or something. That would make sense.
Yeah. Or think like a trench coat pocket or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
trench coat is actually one step up from
That's
jacket.
true. It is.
but yeah, I think you could probably get a knife that could fit in a pocket. Like the list is not a comprehensive list, it's an example list of things.
Right. I just wanted to include like an idea of like the most prominent weapons. Like a switchblade isn't really going to do anything against a vampire, for instance.
No, but a combat knife that someone got when got Nam, maybe.
I mean, really the point is that it upgrades it from bashing to lethal.
Right.
So yeah, I think across the board it's probably just going to be handguns, shotguns, and knives.
And as a side note, I'm not actually going to be armed most of the time. I'm going to leave it all in my haven, except when I have an actual reason to carry.
Right.
You don't want to cause another vampire to frenzy.
It's just like you don't want to like just because the book says like you could disguise a shotgun inside a trench coat.
A lot of groups actually do tend towards that kind of stuff.
If someone tried to me, I just might end up putting you in situations where just too damn inconvenient to try that.
Right. They think it's a D&D game.
We're not murder hobos.
I suppose it could be. you
Well, I
could
mean,
play it
if
like
you
it.
want to do Dark Ages,
I suppose all that stuff would be within your resources. I know some of you start off poorer than others, Aaron, but I think you could use the resources afforded to you by the real estate to make such small purchases happen.
Quick question. A pistol, obviously, but shotgun, can I get a semi-auto? I would think that I'd probably have them legally. There'd be no reason for me to want to use them in any, considering the mindset, no reason for me to want to use them against vampires. It'd be for if shit actually does hit the fan and I'm not worried about that stuff anymore.
Semi-autos are legal home defense weapons. So at least in most places in 1998 anyway. So
Aaron,
yeah,
you're familiar with New York City. You also familiar with semi-auto shotgun prices?
no.
Damn. I'll say yes.
But honestly, there tends to be very little reason for a semi-automatic shotgun relative to a pump-action shotgun.
There really isn't. But yeah, my friend just bought one, I don't know, a few months ago, and I think he said it was $800. So throw that into 98, and it was a really nice one. I wish I could remember what it was. So I don't know, somewhere between $500 and $800. Not cheap,
The
not
thing
that
with
bad.
the thing with most semi-automatic shotguns is that they're classified as an assault shotgun, combat weapon, rather than a hunting weapon or a self-defense weapon.
But like a home defense weapon. It's like, oh yes, the nice priest. He has an assault shotgun. I'm sure he didn't mean any harm by it.
Right.
No.
That tends to be the manner in which they're restricted because, well, I mean, yeah, that's it basically.
I'm not saying you couldn't get one. I'm just, it's a weird choice.
Okay, well, pump action. I do. There is. We don't live. My personal domain's not in the most best neighborhood.
As a side note, if you're going to be using a shotgun in a game where you might hypothetically be arrested for using a shotgun, it might be a good idea to get a type of shotgun that doesn't automatically fire the cartridge out after each shot.
So you leave a trail of shotgun shells behind you with your fingerprints on them.
With your fingerprints, with burn marks that could trace it to the gun, with all kinds of stuff. There's a double-barrel breech-loaded shotgun is a fantastic weapon to commit a felony with.
It's wow, gee, this is interesting. We ran some fingerprint scans on what we found with these shells, and it turns out these trace back to a police officer who is registered as deceased here. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I'm not sure to deceased. As far as anyone knows, I'm still living.
You're living under your same name? And, like, you're still registered, like, through IRS and Social Security and all those other sorts of things as a living person?
Yeah, I'm not old enough that there's really a reason for me to have stopped, and there is no connections I have to a past that would make me want to. I honestly don't see a reason why not.
I just want to throw this in here. I'm a little late, but I just want to tell you, you can get a pistol that shoots shotgun shells. They're the small ones, but you still can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll probably
I've
go
actually
with a
seen
double
those
barrel.
before.
Yeah, I think I'll probably go with a double barrel.
Also, the thing about a double-barrel shotgun is it looks classy.
It does, especially when you've got the breech open and you're kind of draping it over your arm.
With the whole the Catholic robe, no, I'm not Catholic at all.
The Catholic, not Catholic priest.
The not Catholic priest that's pretending to be Catholic.
So, with your name and registry, should anyone be interesting enough to go searching for records and details, they would find that you actually have no formal, priestly training, right?
Well, is he actually at a Catholic church?
No, actually at a non-denominational church, and he's actually had more training. Well, not in like Catholic training, but he's actually went to stuff for it.
Well, I mean, if you're not at a Catholic church, you probably don't actually have to go to seminary.
Yeah.
Right.
I was just wondering, like, he penciled that in during the time that he was a police officer and all that.
No, there's a year where he's actually not doing anything, which is the year he's taking a bachelor's or associates for that.
I got bored, decided to become a priest.
No, he got scared.
Pascal's wager, man.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was talking about, Jordan.
Yes.
An assault shotgun.
I sent Aaron a picture of an actual assault shotgun.
Oh boy.
Of a Saiga 12.
Fucking Russians.
Those crafty Russians.
You want to hear a story about how crafted they are?
I'm good.
Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else I would like to know.
You guys gonna be walking around in heavy armor too?
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay.
I'm gonna have
Byron
like
just has
full
a business
plate
suit.
that has like a layer of Kevlar behind it.
Full plate.
Full plate.
So, what you're telling me is that you'll never be able to use obfuscate.
And I like get it dampened like for sound.
You can't dampen full point.
Yeah, no, totally, totally. I'll get like some sort of like soundproofing ballistic foam.
That's not how that works.
And I'm gonna
No,
run
yeah,
around.
totally. That's totally how it works.
Now I'm gonna go around in mithril breastplate.
All right, I guess I'll call that as a Class 1 reinforced clothing.
Yeah, I don't expect to be going around in anything heavier than a leather jacket.
If that.
If that.
I love how this Class 2 thinks is armored t-shirt. I don't know what an armored t-shirt is.
Yeah, neither do I. I think they basically invented it for uh, goths who want to still be going around in a t-shirt but have armor.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's a padded vest. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't figure it out either.
Maybe it's a Kevlar vest made into a t-shirt.
At any rate, if you want to have like a pocket knife or something for your character, Crip, we'll just say that for a pocket knife, instead of strength +1, it will just be like strength base damage only, and you conceal it in your pocket.
Sounds good. Actually, I had that written on my sheet, and I deleted it because I was like, not worth arguing it. So that works.
Fine.
Another interesting thing about the armor chart is that they have flak jacket after Kevlar vest, even though flak jackets are worse than Kevlar vests in real life.
But they're thicker.
In the world of darkness, as we're viewing through our jaundiced, jaded eye, flak jackets are better.
I mean, they are thicker. That must mean they're better. Right?
It's the girth that matters. Come on.
It is.
That's what I've always heard.
Can you guys think of anything else you want to know?
Like I said, you guys will be getting access to rumors, and there's also, the Nosferatu in particular gets to know more than any of you others.
Haha, fuck you guys.
Not fair.
Well, he's Nosferatu.
That's what you get.
And I'm guessing he has investigation and other type skill sets that many of us don't. So.
However,
Yes.
there may be some things you may be told that he doesn't want to know.
Also true. Things that can never be unheard.
But like they say, how Tremere is pretty tight together in its hierarchy, Nosferatu are really tight too.
Yeah, the Toreador isn't exactly very tight. We apparently break off into cliques and we all argue with each other.
What? The Toreador do that? I'm shocked and startled.
I mean, one did become sheriff.
The Adventure were just one
Yeah.
big happy family.
One became sheriff.
And now,
One
I mean,
broke
he's
off
he.
and formed his own clique.
I mean, he's a dark-skinned sheriff too. He's not black, but he's got a dusky appearance to him. If he weren't so damn pale.
Well, I mean, based on his name, he's a Moor, right?
He hails from India.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I was thinking, like, northern Morocco, southern Spain.
Well, people of all names could be anywhere. But he hails from India.
That's fair.
Perhaps during times of the proper rule of India, if you know what I'm saying. As I raise my pinky finger while drinking my tea.
Thinking back to the good old days of the Raj.
Those were not good days.
In the colonial era.
Those were dark, dark days.
Well, it is a world of darkness and chaos.
I will burn you.
That's funny, I'm not a vampire.
Even better.
Nah, you'll still suffer the same. Because, I don't go into frenzy, I can stop, drop, and roll. You'll lose your shit.
I want to say it would be worth it, but it's really a fun image.
Your conscious mind is telling you, remember the elementary school training, stop, drop, and roll. And you're like, I will eat you. Flaming Nosferatu!
And here I thought the Nosferatu couldn't get any more terrifying.
Were you not here for the conversation about me dressing up as a clown?
He has no nose, so he has to like wear a string in order to attach the clown nose.
Yeah. By the way, my official story, if I am ever out and about with mortals, is I was burned.
Your official story should be you're obfuscated.
No, I'm saying if I'm ever actually forced to interact with mortals, it's, yeah, I'm a burn victim.
No one's gonna buy that.
They don't have to buy it. They just have to be socially awkward enough not to question it.
I could be capitalizing on something there.
I mean, my nose is all jacked up, my ears are basically gone, I've got pockmarked skin.
And then you could be in a situation where you run into someone who spots you, who's a pretty hard ass on the traditions, and sees what you're doing as a clear violation of the Masquerade.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying I'm not going to be using this as a justification for actually being out and about regularly.
Right.
I'm
Just
saying
if it ever does happen.
every Nosferatu should have some kind of cover story just in case.
You could always play as like you're like someone with Down syndrome. It's possible, right?
But yeah, so my story is burn victim.
Okay.
Byron's story is he's just awesome.
Patsy.
From Happy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all fine with you treating him as a patsy. It's cool. I think being underestimated is kind of a powerful position.
Yeah, it's like he's got the underestimated merit for free.
There you go. Yeah, the harmless one. I actually thought of taking that since everyone made me a patsy. It's like, man,
I
it
don't
fits.
think you could successfully get away with that, not with you all now controlling Astoria.
No, I would have used that to not die to Valentine. Had you said that, yeah, he's gonna kill you. I was like, no, no, harmless, harmless, really.
You're like, can I fate point that? Can I fate point Hey, Jordan.
Yes.
You know your idol Theo Bell, he has a Benelli M4 Super 90 12 gauge.
Be right back. I have to go buy a shotgun.
And some breathe right strips.
That's what my friend got, a Benelli. I just knew it was a B name and I was just blocking on it. Nice gun.
The Italians make good shotguns.
Your mom.
Funny, they might be used to kill a Giovanni every now and then.
Would being a Giovanni have been an option?
No, they're independent.
Okay. Because if I wasn't going to play a Nosferatu, my next choices would have been Tremere or Giovanni.
Tremere would have definitely given you a lot of access to other information, too, that the other player characters wouldn't know.
Exactly.
It definitely wouldn't have endeared any level of trust.
No, it shouldn't have.
Because the one thing you can trust with a Nosferatu is that he's gonna sell you information. He's gonna sell information about you right back. You can trust him to do that. But Tremere, can't trust him.
Can't trust him any which way.
I think my second choice was a Bruja or Bruja. It's pronounced either way, I think. And my third choice, if the Bruja did not work out, was going to be a Ventru. A bit different than what Crip was doing, but eh.
Yeah, I don't think I ever was. Willpower pushover. I think the lowest I got was like 7 or 6 in that, but yeah, I put a few points more than that.
I think I was making probably exaggerating there. This character is not the I mean not this character, but this coterie is not the most extravagant whenever it comes to willpower.
I mean, we're not too bad with it, are we?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
But yeah, the willpower pushover was going to be when I was a Toreador, and yeah, that went out the window when I swapped out of it. But yeah, it's a good thing that your venture would have been different than mine had you made one, because if everyone had the same venture, it would be extremely boring.
No, it wouldn't.
Alternatively, you could have played as all four of you as Ventru, who are muscling in and trying to claim control of Wall Street from those snooty brood.
I think that games where everyone is part of the same clan end up being very interesting because they allow you to specialize in certain areas that normally you can't even touch because they require the entire party to be on the same page.
And Ventru is a fairly reasonable example of you all perhaps operating on some sort of the same semblance of a page.
Right, and I mean, it's hard to do certain stealth-style operations unless everyone in the party has obfuscate.
I mean, the Malkavian and the Nosferatu are going to be good in that situation, right? that's one half of the party.
That's all you need in a stealth operation, right?
Sure.
How many dots on obfuscate do you have, Aaron?
Dos.
That's a decent amount.
Yeah. It's the level necessary for, pretty much always on mobile stealth.
Doesn't even take blood points.
Correct.
Now, you did sacrifice animalism, right?
Well, I didn't sacrifice it. I just, I didn't put any points in it.
Right, you sacrificed it. If you ever wanted to pick it up, you'd have to pay the entry fee for the discipline.
Right, but I'd still get to pay the in-clan cost after
Right.
that.
You just have to do the entry experience points, which are pretty hefty.
Yeah, it's nothing to scoff at, but I didn't really see animalism fitting in with my concept. Not compared to, like, celerity.
Yeah. The Malkavian, of course, has it too. I don't know whether he's told you how many points he has. I wouldn't spoil it. I don't know whether the crazy Malkavian wants you to know his disciplines.
I'm fine with not knowing.
I'm surprised I've kept such a number of secrets without even anyone look at them.
Well, you've been the one who's been around the least out of all four of you.
And you're the one with your own private sanctum. I mean, you have a lot of operations going on inside of that church that probably none of us really get to involve ourselves with.
Like helping people. Improving the community.
Yes, helping people improve in the community.
I mean, feel free to share your disciplines with them if you show a wish, John.
Well, I do have obfuscate. You would have known that at some point.
Yeah, he's definitely got obfuscate.
Would I know what level you have it at?
Let me double check the list, actually.
The list of what powers he has at his disposal.
I mean, he's a Malkavian. He might eventually have the power to make me go crazy.
But seriously, the idea of a shadow war going on in the sewers between Nosferatu and Nosferatu Antribute, all of them using obfuscate to hide from each other and striking in an extremely careful moments is terrifying. I can't even imagine how frantic and paranoid that would have been.
At tense times, especially in close quarters, it is worth noting that, of course, as I mentioned before, like on the first day, there were a few folks who did venture in who were outside of Nosferatu to help. Bruja, Gangrel, and Malkavian, primarily on day one, but you did have a few, but by and large, it was Nosferatu versus Nosferatu.
Which is, just the idea is terrifying.
I know more information than you. Nuh-uh!
I mean, it does come down to information, though, about where you can ambush them when they're not invisible.
Okay, I have at least one above 2K.
You know this does mean, Aaron, you can have your own little Shadow War of the Malkavian since he has Obfuscate too.
There will be no end to this.
Yeah, we're kind of hoping that it doesn't evolve into us killing each other for the moment.
You need, like, the Toreador to play spotter.
Yes. Yeah, I still have more disciplines I want to pick up, but I doubt I'll be able to pick one of them up.
Of course, there are all sorts of interestingly yummy, delicious disciplines everyone wants.
Like 2 dots of Odian. I doubt I'll be able to get.
2 dots of
Just
what?
remember the might also get Auspex too.
2 dots of Protean.
Oh, Protean. It's a more reasonable one for Nosferatu, given their animal. Oh,
Yeah.
sure you'll find someone. You'll befriend a ganker. Go to the park.
Yeah, no, totally. I'll just walk right in. What could go wrong?
They'll have hot cocoa ready for you.
I mean, I'm only 1 day from retirement.
It's like, I have my obfuscate powers. They totally will never see me, right? It's not like they have Auspex or they could ever be trained in Auspex.
Oh,
No!
God!
Why are these yellow eyes glowing at me from the darkness, Mommy? I'm scared.
I forget, do Malkavians have access to Auspex?
Yeah, it's one of their clan disciplines.
Yeah, now that I think about it, Malkavians have one of the best in-clan suites for disciplines.
Oh, yeah, especially if you want to be a spy.
Auspex and Obfuscate, although Obfuscate tends to be more of the focus for Nosferatu. The problem is that Malkavians are fucking crazy.
Bug fuck nuts.
Now, back in the day, they used to have, instead of Dementation, they had Dominate. That's what you really want to deal with, right?
You mean
Sure which one's
invisible
stronger.
people with super senses who can dominate people?
And are crazy?
And are crazy.
That's why they're in the Camarilla, right? Enemies closer, that type of thing.
They're in the Camarilla, but no one's told them not to be.
Sure.
The Ivory Tower is nominally inclusive of all vampires, and the Malkavians don't care enough to, as a group, say no.
I was under the impression the Malkavians were that unified.
Yeah, they do have some creepy
They have the
abilities that
Madness
are
Network.
yeah,
Yeah,
creepy
but
abilities that are focused only on them, like somehow their ability to like somehow channel them all together to congregate in one location, which is fucking crazy. Like
And
they're
don't
It's
they all have like the
horrified.
same dreams too sometimes or something? I think I read that.
Yeah, it's the Madness Network. They're all psychically linked by a passive, pervasive effect via their madness.
done. Now, to the extent to which they're linked, like some of them, particularly like the more sane, like more logic-based ones, like there'd be an example of a vampire who I know in the Malkavian clan book, he's like some sort of famed doctor who studies the kindred condition. He's obsessive compulsive, and he doesn't give a damn about the occult. It's very like a festival thing. He can't feel it at all. But for other vampires who focus themselves and delve into the occult and actively try to get into it, then it's more of a solid connection. Not that you can really understand anything from it, but
Yeah, you know what? You know it'd be awesome to play, and it wouldn't apply in this game, but the Daughters of Cacophony, I believe, is what it was. They're kind of like a Toreador Malkavian mix.
I imagine myself now looking at Aaron going like, what?
Hello?
Just like, what the fuck is wrong with him, man? Do you know? Looking for guidance in this situation.
Uh,
Aaron shrugs. I look back at the internet. Sigh.
I have to go soon, so is there anything else that's going to be happening, like, later tonight that I should know?
No, if none of you all have any further questions, then it's fine. I'll still be online for a while. I will send you all some rumors on Notepad, and Aaron, for you, given your Nosferatu nature, I will your rumors will be juicier,
yes.
and you will be scared of them.
Juicy.
Wait, scared?
Well, like I said, the Nosferatu have their own interior things that they simply don't let people outside their clan to know. So he might know more about the Nosferatu condition and perhaps why the prince really stepped down.
Oh, fuck. But I don't
Oh,
want to know that kind of information.
It's something your sire would
Fuck.
have told you.
well, I look forward to getting that text document.
Alright, man.
See you later.
Take care.
See ya.
User disconnected from your channel.
And you guys, I can still hang around on TeamSpeak if you guys think of any more questions or ask or want to banter among yourselves. It's not a big deal.
I'll see if I think of anything.
I probably won't be able to get back on wife.
Fine. And as for the first
User
session,
disconnected from your channel.
might as well just go ahead and make it next Saturday, as I said. We'll have the same starting time.
Makes sense to me?
Since I did tell
Sounds
people
good.
who signed up to have that fucking Saturday time slot clear.
Yep.
That you did.
It's too bad Diablerie doesn't work the same way in Masquerade as it does in Requiem. You get one free dot of a discipline that the person had in Requiem when you drain someone.
Ah. You do get those temporary bonuses if you drink a powerful Elder's Blood for like a scene, but those do vanish.
Yeah, this is a permanent one.
Yeah, what a shame. Not encouraging you to Diablerize more, damn.
It also gives you an automatic and unavoidable hit to your humanity.
Yeah, that's gonna be happening in this one too. I'm ruling that. I mean, you're
It's a good rule.
you're committing an utterly perverse and heinous act. It's all the way down there on the one scale.
You're drinking someone's soul.
Indeed. In addition, I think up to three. I think up to you can lose at least 1 point, and you might lose up to 3, because in addition to violating a humanity of 1, you're like also violating humanities of 2 and 3.
Oh yeah, because not only are you drinking someone's soul, you're killing someone, you're so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's like intentional and planned exsanguination, what have you.
Yeah, that was one of the merits I thought about getting, but I couldn't I don't know why I would know it. Is that hidden diablerie, I believe it was. So,
You
uh,
wouldn't know it. It would be a curious condition that would be afflicted upon you. It's not
right,
something that
but
you study for or somehow pick up along the way.
yeah. I did. What I mean is there were other ones that made more sense character-wise. But yeah, I could have thrown it in there, but I just, I was on the fence.
Unbeknownst to you, the entire coterie has hidden diablerie. You all have hidden diablerie.
I'd be fine with that.
And, oh yeah, hidden diablerie and dark secret savant.
Yes.
That's what we need.
That's exactly what we need.
Alright, I'll consider this character generation thing a close, and looking over all of the parts I've made, I don't feel like making multiple videos for this. It's all going to be one long video with a black
Hell
screen.
yes. You can make it a slideshow.
Fuck that. That's too much effort.
Fair enough. Are you going to leave this part in?